Hey y'all, and welcome in. We are starting the stream very strong with a very generous donation from Alexander, so I wanted to get this on here ASAP. Oh goodness. Alright, Aloha. Time to update that beautiful graphic you made. It's just their way of saying, the graphic looks so nice and beautiful. Add 20 more. I'll get you that CSV at the end of the stream for sure. It was accurate for exactly 3 minutes, Aloha. Beautiful. It's funny, the same thing happened with Dewey. I swear it's half why they donated. Alrighty. Beautiful, beautiful. I still have a couple things. Oh, good. Corey got a membership too. Corey used to be a student of mine in 2021 or 2022, but they still tune in every now and then. Speaking of, we need to check on them and see how Corey and his blob dragon is doing. It's about time. I know him and his boyfriend or husband, I can't remember. They were getting more active in their community and doing like an art critique. So I think they've been busy, but still. God, I love seeing all the members pop up and seeing people that are active, get added in. Very cool. Again, thank you so much. Very generous. And, well, there goes the Tabber Pet goal. All right. We just started, and I'm behind. Alrighty. All right, peasants, get cooking. We're making a new Tabber Pet today because we for sure blew through this goal of $30. Strong start. Damn. Get some confetti in here. All right, and goal. So the goal was live for approximately 3 minutes, and bam, we're maxed out. I love to see it. Oh, Brad's back. Hi, Brad. Is Sid in class today too? I see Abel's class is watching again. Beautiful, beautiful. If you guys have any questions, let me know because I am going to start today probably with happy hour. That's why I have this cat folk up because I'm going to answer a question for one of my students, Mini Mimics. Alrighty. First, let's get through our normal intro stuff as the members keep rolling in. First of all, hello, my name is Mia if you guys are new here, and I sculpt tabletop minis for a living, and all of those lovely things get 3D printed, usually 28mm scale, but I like to print them big too. One day I'm going to paint these. There's so much to do. I stream Monday through Friday at around noon Eastern time, sometimes a little early, sometimes a little later, but between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Pretty consistent though. And as of now, I used to stream every day, but now I stream Monday through Friday and longer streams at that. I forgot to mention it yesterday, but yesterday was my longest stream ever at just over 5 hours. And weirdly, streaming less frequently but for longer has been much more relaxing on my part, so it's been nice. Let's hop right into the Discord and get the question of the day going. You're welcome to join Discord and vote there, or you can just say your answer in the chat. That's totally fine. This question of the day is thanks to Aloha. You have to spend 24 hours living inside your most recent D&D session world. How screwed are you? It'd be easy and fun to meet everyone. I'd be cautious, but test out magic and weapons. I would easily die, so I'm hiding ASAP. I'd take the chance to meet all the creatures I could. Or I'm completely cooked. I'd be completely cooked. We played in this grim, dark world, and it was a complete nightmare, so it would just be the worst. So you guys can go ahead and vote in that. That's at the bottom here, question of the day. And then also the freebies. If you want a free 3D printable model, I have this really nice thorn wall. This prints without any supports and it just looks beautiful. You can print on resin or FDM. Some of these little spikes might get a touch rounded off without supports. Nope, they're all good. Never mind. It's beautiful. If you want that, go ahead and click right here and then right at the bottom of that post. You can get that for free to download. All right, moving right along. I already have quite a few DMs from students, so I'd like to get to that. But also that beautiful intro screen you saw was created by Aloha. Thank you so much. It's gorgeous and outdated by 20 people, so yay. All right. Also, I was going to talk about the donation pool. My Aloha, I make a little note what to talk about new on the intro every day, and they're both already outdated, which is hysterical. I was going to be like, oh, Aloha's graphic, it's all up to date. No, it's not. And same with, oh, we have a new donation pool today. It's done. So if you guys could pick a new Tabber Pet to create, obviously, Alexander, if you have something in mind, let me know. Alrighty. Moving right along, it's going to be a very short doors open here because we're cooking here. we're gonna go straight into happy hour, an unusual flow here, because we're gonna answer some students. All right, starting off hot with David, which is in Mini Mimics. David says, Mia, would you mind going over how you do hands for humanoid animals, maybe feet, cats specifically, if you're able? So of course, I have sculpted many critters and animal humanoids. I brought up this guy here. This was an early work in progress that I ended up saving. Essentially what I do is I simply elongate the fingers and then I add a second subtool with claws. And that's how I handled that. This guy had shoes, so no feeties were showing, but I make sure I have digitigrade legs. I think it really adds a lot. Otherwise, it's just a man with a cat head and acrylic nails. So I make sure to adjust the body. I had this really old base mesh. Look how funny it looks, that I used to use. It's more of like a feminine base, but you can see more of that foot structure here and whatnot. That's what I was able to grab nice and easy from the get-go. So I hope that answers your question. All right, moving right along here. Ooh, a beholder. A cute little beholder? I could do that. I do have a baby beast beholder and I'm worried it might end up looking similar. No, I'm an artist. I can make something new. I feel like you're specifically picking things as hard as possible, but hey, that's what I'm here for. Also, my dog is really snoring today, so if you guys hear noise, that would be why. What did I call it? I called it an eye baby. So this is my, there we go, for my Baby Beast collection, but I can definitely make this more, I'm just not sure if I can make it more chibi than this, but I can try. I can put a big bow on its head or something, you know? I don't know. Iterate. Alexander says, I got the potato head beholder out of the new WizKids Underdark mini pack yesterday. So it's been on my mind. Very fair. And David says that does help. Thank you. Very good. I'm glad it was helpful. Speaking of, you are in the spotlight again here. And I see at the top you said, I feel bad for bugging Sater so much about helping with your model and design. Sater lives for this stuff. He's not in the chat at this exact moment, but don't you worry. If you were bothering Sater, he would just stop responding. But it's very sweet of you to be thoughtful about that. All right, I generally like the pose because it almost looks like it's during an attack, but I'm open to suggestion. So here is the pose that we're dealing with here. That is strong. This is your strongest angle. That also looks good. From this side, it does almost look like he's gonna fall backwards slightly. So something that you can do when you're designing poses is the plumb line test. Let's see if I can find a nice picture of it. It's like if you just drop a line with a weight on it, just like gravity, like wherever their center is, and see if they would fall over. Animation, pose. I'm trying to Google this. I know I can find it. Haha, I had a very specific image I was trying to find on Google, and I found it. Let me make sure I can get it nice and big. All right, it's a little low res, bear with me. Here's balance in your pose, the plumb line test. You should be able to drop a straight line down from a character's neck and base, and at least one weight bearing foot is under it. Like right here, this guy looks like a little Mickey. He's definitely falling over, right? Because that is that center of gravity, essentially. It's actually more around here, but this looks more balanced. And you can have off-balance poses, and they look fun if it's in motion or whatever. But for the most part, when it's more stationary and not running off, like jumping off a cliff or something majestic or taking flight, you're going to want to make sure you're following this rule. So you can kind of analyze these silhouettes, how this is much more balanced and this isn't. Again, you should be able to drop a straight line with a weight on it down from the character's neck, and at least one weight-bearing foot should be under it. So like right here, in your image, if I drop a weight from his head straight down, this is kind of taking most of the weight, but this leg is what's making it look a little off-centered. Again, it's difficult to get it just right, but your other angles are looking quite nice. This is the one I know especially that looked a little more off-balance, but this one looks really strong, and that's why, because you drop under his head, bam, that foot is right under it. There you go. That is my feedback and suggestions for that. Very good. Have you worked with tabaxi models before? And if so, do you have any advice? Oh yes, I have done many a critter. Ooh, Jack donated as well. Thank you so much. Jack says, a cute beholder versus a cute mind flayer. How do we feel about doing a little mind flayer? Maybe both? Both? Yes, thank you, Aloha. I would love if like there was a little Alexander donation graphic, like a headline on one of the newspapers would be a cute little reference tucked back there. But whatever you want to do, Aloha, I appreciate it regardless. All right, specific advice for critters. Yeah, about the legs. Yeah, I just digitally we covered that. And your goal for today is to restart Nathaniel. Sounds good. Got the form down first, then retry the pose. Very good. Perfect. I'm glad that you were moving right along. All right, next up is Max. Plan and create is done. I was going to make a mushroom man as well, but I'm going to keep it simple. Good call. I don't know if Max is in right now, so let's go ahead and give him a timestamp so he can join in the future. We're only at 16 minutes. Usually there's an hour mark. 16-minute hour. 16-minute mark. All right. So you have this lovely staff here, and I like that you made the top look kind of like a moral mushroom. I would have pushed that even further and really dented those in. If by chance you happen to make that texture without knowing what it is from, let me go ahead and send you a little screenshot of moral mushrooms. There you go. And then I'll make that nice and big for everyone on chat so you guys can see. So yeah, this is the texture that they were emulating, whether it was intentional or not. And that's a great one to get some references for. Hey, SoFire's here. We're starting right off with student questions and whatnot. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm glad you're here. All right. I absolutely love this. This is a perfect example of create fun and simple. And you were correct that creating this whole character would be fun, but not very simple. And I don't want you guys to get burned out, especially my early students here. Though if you want, this little guy would be a great fun and simple project if you were wanting to do a little mushroom dude still. All right, I'm very pleased that you did this already. Let's get your next assignment rolling. And then if any of my mentorship students are watching and have additional questions, please let me know and submit work to be reviewed now. Anything else I want to mention about this? No, I quite like the texture at the bottom here. I would dig in more with this texture you have swirling here. It's a little mumbly. So go ahead and dig in there with a more intentional, maybe dam standard. You could even do straight lines with dam standard and then twist it with the deformer to get that effect done for you. All right, since you're doing so much good practice here, I would like you to follow one of my Sculpt With Me videos. Ideally, I would like for you to look at the image and try to make it from looking at it and then watch the video for kind of like the answer. This is a really simple one. We'll get you into poly paint for the first time. And it is it's a potion rack. Nice and simple. Here you go. So here's that image. I didn't start with the sphere, I started with the cylinder, but you get the point. Made this from scratch and then make it on your own and then watch the video. If you don't have time for that, you can just watch the video right from the get-go. That's totally fine. All right, moving right along. Oh, David says to me, not to be selfish. You are part of my mentorship program. You pay for this service. I love to teach. You're not being selfish. But can you check the bottom photos that have the color? The stamps are driving me nuts, and those were my last attempts. Yes, of course, of course. Right here. Last change of the night. Oh, yes, I missed this. This is solid. There's nothing off balance about this. You did it. Posing is difficult. I think you wouldn't benefit from reworking this any further. I think just moving right along would be excellent. There's always things you can do to change or whatever, but I wouldn't rework this any further. I would leave it good. However, if you want a new tool and your new feather in your hat, so to speak, you can learn about the concept of contrapposto. It's an Italian word, I believe, which always makes me want to say contrapposta, but that's not the word. Contrapposto is essentially just here. Let me put that word at the bottom here so you can Google it as well. I want to bring it up, but it always brings up the statue of David, and I can't just put straight up full frontal nudity on my stream. But that's a great reference. Can I like draw a little block and then put that on screen? How mad would YouTube get? That's full frontal. I can't do that. Anyway, Greek statues look so nice because they have such a nice lazy S-curve in them, and that's because it boils down to the shoulders and the hips are off kilter just a little bit. So let me try to find an example that is not nude. Oh my god, the Greeks cannot put clothes on their models. Please. I want a nice concept that can put on stream. I don't care, but YouTube would not appreciate it. Okay, my favorite is stuff like this. This is a contrapposto example, and it's wrong, so I'm gonna show it to you guys because that makes me laugh. They were trying to show this example by drawing a line on the hips and the shoulders, but they're not. Her hips are totally straight right now. So if she were to like really shift her weight, or maybe her clothes obscure it, this is the concept though. Just draw a horizontal line following the shoulders. So again, this is flat. You don't want that. Do this or do this. Make sense? And the word again for that is contrapposto. I would love to drop the picture of the plumb line, but it is already lost into the internet void. I'm sorry, I didn't save it. But I might grab it after stream. Next up is Paint. And Paint did a concept right here of a red cap goblin looking at some sort of coin in his bag. Made a simple sketch here. It is sideways. But you guys get the point. Can I rotate this? No. So it's just this little goblin dude with a big old bag on the back. That's a fantastic, simple concept. Looks amazing. Strong concept. Get sculpting. And then with a little heart fire. Bam. All right. Students are taken care of. If you guys have any additional questions, jump into the Thursday Tavern Peasant Party and drop some questions right here. Also, if you guys are working on anything you want to share, feel free to put pictures of whatever art you're working on here, as well as share your art. Either are fine. Ooh, speaking of, Reaper has finished Zibbleback. Her lore is on Reddit. Oh, good. Freaking cool. Two-headed. I missed that last time because I was just looking at the baby. Cute. Alrighty. Off to a strong start here. I wonder if you can use it with a modesty garment. Absolutely, I just didn't have it. All right, and have we decided on a Tavern pet? Looks like it's gonna be a beholder. I'll find a way to make it even more adorable. I'll make it just in that Tavern pet style, because currently I have it in my Baby Beast collection style, which is significantly different. We're gonna roll right into making that Tavern pet actually. Oh no, we have more student stuff. Oh, here's a screenshot, very good. And so far. But wait, there's more. A little off topic from character, my friend asked me to create a token/coin for them from an image. I have tried using a mask to create detail, but it seems to ramp up poly count very quickly to get detail fidelity. Currently, I'm modeling each in more separate subtools. He gave the example like a police badge for it to be stuck out. Is there a better way to do this, or is slow and steady going to be the way? I would do an alpha and extrude it. So you would just create your base shape here, like whatever badge you have, and then import that image as an alpha if you have it. Yeah, from an image. Okay, let me see if I can find a quick video right here. ZBrush, create coin from alpha. I know this is a thing. Like boss reliefs, that kind of thing. One second. There are a couple of videos I want to kind of grab here and verify, but YouTube wants me to watch all the ads first, and I don't want to. That's sculpting it. Yeah, here's an example. If you do want to just sculpt it from scratch, example of sculpting from scratch technique. Again, I think that would be a bit punishing. I want to do, so ZBrush extrude alpha. Here we go. How can I create a 3D model from an alpha or height map inside of ZBrush? Better way from an image. Bam. This is the video I was looking for. And essentially you are able just to import that and it should find the black and white spaces and extrude or not extrude based on that. But that should be a good start. And massive poly count is fine. I really wouldn't worry. Yeah, although also use an alpha for the point coin. Very good. There's nothing wrong with high poly count. You can decimate after the fact. So that's not, I know I say always to stay low poly as long as possible. Not always. Because you're not really sculpting. You're just going to be extruding in alpha quickly. All right. Very good. Good questions, though. All right, we're moving right along to a new tabber pet. So let's get started. My alpha may be the problem. The edges get crunchy. Yes, that might be the issue. It really needs to be clean and a certain resolution. I can give you additional information as needed. David says, Mia, I'm going to lurk as I step away for a bit, but you've been very helpful. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Good questions. All right, it's tabber pet time. This is our last tabber pet, which was also from a donation from Alexander. Also quite difficult. Some of these easy peasy lemon squeezy. Other ones difficult, lemon, difficult, difficult. Alrighty, I am gonna reset because we're so early into the stream. It might just be a double tabber pet day, which is a-okay. So I'm gonna reset that goal. Again, donations are never expected, always appreciated. All right, RV is here. Hello, hello, welcome in. We're starting right off with a tabber pet thanks to rounded donation memberships from Alexander. Aloha says, also a personal tip I use a chisel brush with alpha selected. Yes, thank you, Aloha. I totally forgot to recommend that. Yeah, you can use the chisel brush, and then load in that alpha from here, and you'll probably get the cleanest results that way. Good point. All right, we're gonna try to make a little baby beholder here, or in tabber pet fashion. So let's try that. Chibi beholder. Because I think I can make it cuter with my new and improved knowledge. If you guys have these very extra cute beholders you can find, I encourage you to drop them in the chat. If not, I'm trying to do a little screenshot of the top results on Google Images. And I'm going to kind of just roll with this and just There we go. I'm just going to kind of roll with this and see what happens. Also, that is a really common way that I use references. I just will type it into Google Images and I will just screenshot the first page and then just kind of roughly see. It's like a spot the difference and spot the similarities. I'm what is the most common elements in shape hierarchy between all of these interpretations? And then I follow that. That's how I prevent using references and then looking like I copied it. Does that make sense? Alrighty. We're going to append a base first and foremost, so that way we kind of have some structure here and some shapes to get proportions correct. This is just going to be a sphere. Not a beholder directly, but in Doom, there is the Cacao Demon, which is fun little meatball. It is very cute. It is a little meatball. Let's append a sphere, which in some ways, we're done. Let's see what color. Beholders are fun because it kind of be whatever color you want. I haven't done anything that's like this rich purple very often, so maybe we'll go with a purple beholder. We're done. No, just kidding. All right. How do I do blushies when there's only one giant eyeball? Do I do one blushy, blush mark under the main eyeball? There's many questions. This is why it's oh, this is an easy one. No, it's not. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this, move it forward. This is gonna be the eyeball. And I guess we'll go with black. Now let's try to get a little blushy in there. Again, usually I have a lot of secondary forms I can rely on, but not in this case. Also, beholders are usually floating, but we can't float something that is, 3D printed. Gravity and whatnot. This little blush is going to end up looking like a mouth, I think. But I won't know until I at least try it out. What if I just, you know what? Even though there's only one eyeball, blushies go on the cheeks, not necessarily under the eyes. That's just the way that I was thinking of it, so. Okay. I also find putting the eye as low as possible helps get that baby proportion correct. Also, if you guys are not familiar with the Beholder and what is she doing? It's like an eye monster with tentacles. Yeah, and those tentacles also have eyes. It's just a lot of eyes and tentacles. Yeah. And then if I bow this up, the eye, I might be able to get it look like it's smiling almost. I don't usually have a mouth on these, but when I need to, I do. And I might need to because there's so few secondary forms here. Oh yeah, I'm figuring it out. I like the idea of adding little horns, even if it's not super prevalent in original designs. All right, we got a little face right here. I might be able to kind of create some secondary forms, like by creating like some cheeks, but right now we're gonna try to keep it as simple as possible. Okay. Okay. And now time for some little eye stalks. I'll use a curved tube for this, and I'm not sure how many I want. I do think it'd be cute if they were kind of moving forward, like towards the camera. Like it's trying to hug you. Like this eyeball is just this little dude looking for a hug. That's about the cutest thing I can think of. If I do pink, is it gonna just look like a gumdrop? I almost wonder if the black eye is not the way to go here. I usually do black, but in this case, what would be a better color? Maybe more of a gray. Because I'm worried by having it black, it's a little too contrasty. Again, when you 3D print it, it's just gray. But I like to have a color scheme imagined ahead of time. Ooh, we need one distracted eye stalk. I like that idea where we have some that are trying to go for a hug and then one eye is just like, nope. All right. We can absolutely do that. We're not going to worry about the additional eyeballs on here just yet. But these ones trying to go for a hug I think are cute. And I really have to be careful with how many that I add, because by adding a lot of secondary forms, you're actually kind of creating more detail and complexity, which is inherently not chibi. I think a red eyeball would be scary. Yeah, it's a little too reminiscent of Barney. I think we're gonna go in with a second row here. That's cute. And then maybe the center one. No, I have an idea. So we're gonna create this in the center. It kind of looks like a really crazy little hairstyle. Or maybe no center one, actually. Yeah, the center one is a little too weird. I love the idea of a distracted eye stalk, and especially just because it's gonna add some asymmetry and also some personality. Maybe I can have this eye stalk looking at something on the base, like a flower or something. Would you just stay the same color? It's like, no. There you go. This is turning out really cute and significantly different than the Baby Beast version I did, which makes me happy. So when I bend this, you can tell it's kind of not maintaining that volume. So to prevent it from getting overworked, your best bet is to just delete it and then come through with a curved tube in that intentional shape and create that. I think it'd be cute, yeah, if one was looking kind of behind itself. Try and get roughly the same thickness here. So let me go ahead and scoot this base over. And then each one of these little arms or tentacles, I don't know what to call them. In this case, I'm using them like arms. So we're going to call them arms. All 4 of them. I do want them to be asymmetrical, and that's where a lot of the personality is going to be coming in. Otherwise, it's just an eyeball. We will be adding additional eyes to these stalks, of course. Hey, our little pirate's back. Welcome back, R. We're making a baby beholder right now. So I don't know if you've seen this yet, but I have this Taver Pet series where essentially whenever we max out my donation goal, we make a Taver Pet. And we've already hit it, thanks to Alexander, so we're making a little beholder. If you're not familiar with beholders, which I'm pretty sure you probably are, they're just little eye monsters. Actually, they're huge eye monsters and extremely powerful, but we're making just a little guy right now. I'm kind of tempted to add like little fangs or little teeth, but we'll keep it nice and simple for right now. Generally speaking, the closer you can get all the features together, it's like the eyes to the nose to the mouth, the cuter it looks. It's just very interesting and tricky here when it's just a giant eyeball. I wonder if it would work to put blushes on the bottom edge of the tentacle under the eye. Bottom edge of the tentacle under... Oh, like on each one of the eyeball tentacles are also blushing? I'm not sure. We'll find out. So how do they handle these eyeballs on the end of the stalks? Usually they're kind of like wrapped or inset, which makes sense. Let's go with IMM primitive and click and drag. So that's the eyeball. You can tell it's kind of stuck on the edge and we don't want that. So in order to have it inset automatically, go to brush, depth, and just click and drag that down. Assuming ZBrush doesn't autosave as soon as you click. Come on. I'm going to have to split the ZPR into a new project because currently there's so many pieces. There's millions of polys, I think, in this. All right. Further in and a bit smaller. I'm unsure how I'm going to get this cute. I mean, I guess a lot of it will have to do just with it's poly painted. Right now I'm kind of making like a gesture hat almost. These are looking too much like arms, I think. To fix that, we'll simply put them a little higher up. There we go. I want to try a more elaborate poly paint for the eye, but I want to make sure it still matches all the other Taver pets too. This is a good challenge. But hey, if I figured out the wand T, I can figure this out. Oh, I like this one that has a little tongue sticking out. And I like that some of these are mad or thinking, oh, the mouth being off-centered on this. I quite like that too. Mine is very cute and wholesome. What if it was less cute? I mean, still cute, but angry. I'm going to put the mouth as far down as I can. We're going to kind of reshuffle these proportions and see if I find something I like better. That's a really good tip I have for any of my students or creatives watching. Try not to get too attached to your art as you're creating. Like just keep trying stuff. There we go. Everything is a bit lower. And yeah, what if he was like mad? Not mad, but like scheming. I like that. I also wonder if I can make him green. I'm still not sold on the purple. Most of these are more of a red. That's too red, too saturated. No, I like the purple better. There we go. You know, I never played much of Doom. I know there's a new one that just came out. It looks really fun. I remember when Doom Eternal came out, because they wouldn't put the little space between Doom and Eternal, so it sounded like Doomy Eternal. I don't know. Doomy. That's what I was hearing. I'm going to merge down all of the eye stalks, and I'm going to kind of play with where they sit. How far forward or how far back do I want them to be? Because it kind of looks like crazy hair right now. Yeah, the farther forward, it's almost like I'm creating like a weird hairline of sorts. I think it does look better a little further back. I also think if I nudge this shape just a touch, so we're going to make it a little more egg-shaped and then a little heavier on the bottom. Again, still nice and spherical or whatnot, but not a perfect sphere, and that might create a little bit of visual interest. And now it looks better, just perfectly spherical. Let me find secondary forms in you, you perfect sphere. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure it out. I mean, it already looks quite cute. I'm already quite happy with it, but we're always striving here for more. Reefer says, it'll be interesting to see how low fits him into lore, especially because beholders are by default so powerful. Never underestimate polish by features. It can really save you a lot of time. There we go. All right, I'm gonna do ZBrush in half on these eye stalks to kind of fix the topology on the ends, and I need to figure out how we're gonna add these eye stalks and make them fit nicely. I think I'm gonna kind of just add a little bit of volume on the edges here. There we go. And now see if I can inset some eyeballs. Because before, I just wasn't digging it. It looked kind of like a jester hat, which though funny and cute, isn't quite what we're going for. There we go. That's a bit better. And then I want to figure out what we're going to have this one looking at. Eventually I want custom bases for all of these as well. All right, let's go ahead and split each of these eye stalks off into their own piece with their respective eyeball. And to do this, it's just a lot of masking and splitting. There we go. Perfect. And now I have a little bit more control here, so I can really kind of fine-tune the personality here. I think having these so close together is making it look a little bit like bunny ears. There we go. So I want to break that shape up a little bit. I like the idea that this one's distracted and this one is starting to think, like, what are you looking at? That's pretty cute. For now, I'm just going to move one of these flowers over here and have it looking at that. Matt says, welcome back, Matt. The way the top right one kind of flares out at the end looks good. I agree. I think I want more of that on the other ones. A really easy way to accomplish that is turn on mask by polygroups and then make sure you actually have 2 different polygroups. And that just means like a different mesh within your subtool. And I can just use my inflate like that. Kind of got a little rounded off. So what if I flatten it as well? Kind of like that. Looks a little more intentional, I think. A little less blob. A little more inset. I agree. That was a little too much on that one. Yeah, that eyeball is kind of falling out. Let's go ahead and just sneak that back in there. It's pretty cute. And then last but not least, I'm going to go a step further than I normally do, and I'm actually going to blend the seams, I think. Maybe I should leave it so I can customize it more later. I'm trying to decide if I want to try to blend these seams right now, just get the overall finished look now. I'm going to leave it until I refine and like finalize these shapes, because no one has gotten Taver pets delivered to them yet other than Yoni. These have just been fun things I do on stream. But at some point I do want to bundle them all together into a 3D printable pack that I can then provide for y'all. Oh, check it out. This one is not as cute. Very cool though. And just like that, we have yet another Taver pet. And I almost forgot, but we did get a donation after Alexander. So let me go ahead and update that. We're actually $2 in. There you go. Gotta be accurate. All right, well that was a really quick, fun start here. And Jack did the $2 donation with the idea of maybe creating a Mind Flayer and starting that. So it'd be cool if we did a Beholder and a Mind Flayer little dude today. But enough of that. I think we're moving right along to Tavern Keeper's Craft. Yoni. I heard Yoni, because you got Chibi Gore. No one else has access to any Taver pets. Just you right now. Cute. Let me go ahead and throw this into our chat. This is our first art of the day. Yeah, thank you to Alexander and Jack for making that possible. Right from the get-go. Benny Blaze says, is a Mind Flayer the one that looks like a brain? No, that's a never brain. What are those called? Isn't it just like a never brain? Elder brain? Anyway, point being, no. Mind Flayer is the ones with like the squid face tentacles. All right, let me look at my spreadsheet and see what's going on here. I got things blocked out for John's request. We have 2 requests from John. They're pretty metal. I'm definitely gonna need help from y'all, helping me kind of decipher this and how we're gonna put it together. And not decipher because they weren't clear, but just there's a lot of different design elements to figure out. I might even wait until Seder shows up to tackle that. In the meantime, I would like to finally get the Cherry Blossom Dragon finished. Or at least like some progress done on it, because it's been sitting for a bit. Intellect Devourer. Yes, just the brain that runs around. Yeah, it's the four-legged brain dog thing. I think they just mean the giant brain. Mayways, listen to that. She has little to no faith in the rest of us. It's a difficult request. Reaper says, chat, be quiet today. Y'all are slacking. I think it's pretty good here. I'm actually getting stuff done, so I'm not mad. All right, here is that Cherry Blossom Dragon, and I want to get this posed. And I made a small mistake because it is a worm-like dragon, and the best way to have sculpted this body would have been in a straight line. But I didn't do that. I had to make it fun, and I had to put a little arch in its back, and now I can't use a curved deformer for it, which is sad. Consequences of my own choices. Okay. And I'm almost thinking that I'm just going to break symmetry as it is here and kind of lean into the pose I've already created. Kind of like there's a statue from Studio Ghibli of Haku, and I can't find it, but I know it exists because I drew it at one point because I was like, oh, I love that. I drew it on a plane flight. Anyway, I can't find that reference, but I know it's real. But for now, let's try to get this as finalized as possible. I think I can do it. It is now the Tavern Keeper's craft. We're cooking. Where can I put this? Where I can just enjoy it. It's like a nice little snapshot. Those big old antlers makes it hard to fit anywhere. Yeah, we'll just put a little blip here and here. Matt says, Reaper, I'm currently dealing with boomers who don't understand how Outlook works. I'm as present as I can be. Oof. Sending you good vibes. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this base already. I do wish it was elliptical and not circle. Can I find an easy way to cut through this? I think so. Well, it's all one piece right now. I think I can just throw a mask on it. Yep, I know what to do. First, we're going to duplicate it. Not with solo turned on, thank you. We're going to put two side by side, and I know that's roughly 50 millimeters, because each one's 25. And now, we'll make a third copy here. And I'll try to stretch this base one here to the same length as both of them. And all I have is this little river I have to contend with. I can just reshape that later. In fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and split this river off right now because I know it's gonna cause problems. So why wait for it to cause problems? Let's just get rid of it. Bam. River, be gone. And now I can mask from the center here, probably without a lot of blurring, and then invert that mask and click and drag. Perfect. Obviously we have a bit of stretching in the grass, which looks a little bit silly, but not a problem. All I have to do is grab that section, just the top here, re-dynamesh and retexture. All right, dynamesh, not at that high resolution, please. That, there we go. And then we can go ahead and smooth this. I'm going to hold Command D to add some subdivision levels, and finally add some texture. I like using the layer brush for this. Layer, and one of these textures is just a bit more bumpy, just some sort of interest. Make sure back face mask is enabled, otherwise it will rip through the back of your mesh like so. And I don't want to sculpt on what I can't see. So enable back face mask, and then add in this texture here. Really, any sort of bump on the bottom, once it's dry brush, will end up looking like grass. Taylor's here. Good morning, good morning. Such a lovely day. I wish all of you a wonderful sunny morning. Man, coming in with like lots of pleasant vibes. I love it. This is like the opposite of that Monday from 2 weeks ago where all of us were just like dead tired. It was like the whole chat, including me, were just like, hey. Yeah, we've already sculpted a brand new Tabber pet today. It's been lively. We pretty much skipped the warm-up entirely and just went straight into happy hour. We've answered, all students have been caught up. Well, for a second. I'm sure, yeah, I already have many mimics back. We were briefly all caught up. And then let's go ahead and bring in that river. Flip and stretch. Beautiful. I would like if it actually went through the Torii gate. This little tiny Torii gate. I'm worried that the Torii gate is going to make it look like this dragon is outrageously gigantic, but of all things to look larger than life, a dragon's fine. All right, the base has been put back together and in a scale that is much more befitting of the model. It is going the wrong direction. And we don't want wings. The wings are really cool, but I've decided no. All right, sweet. And then if I do the base like this, it's gonna really allow me to lean into the built-in pose that I sculpted and immediately regret it. I'm like, why did I do that? When you were sculpting a dragon that's in this form factor here, worm boy, if you just plan ahead a little bit, you can make your life so much easier. So what I'm trying to say is right now, if I were to try to use, let's delete this, use like, not bend arc, but bend curve. So this, so I can like move this point here, but the second I try to add more points to bend from, it's gonna like really distort the model and rip it up because it already has this curve in it. So what I should have done is just created it as a cylinder and detailed that, because check this out. Let's say that I did the same thing, but with this. Then I could have done like such a cool pose without any pain. I could have done this, bend curve. Check this out. See? No shearing, no destruction. I could even use this to create that natural taper in the body. Whichever little dude it is. Is it this one? Squeeze. There we go. Like that. So yeah, that's what I should have done. But I didn't. So instead, we're going to try to lean into the shape that I sculpted, which is this. And probably just make it more extreme. It is indeed a series of tubes. Majestic tube. I think I'm just gonna... I need to fix the feet first. I'm not very excited about the feet. But that would be a good place to start. That way I can at least detail the feet symmetrically. Yeah, let's do that. All right, we're going to subdivide, and I just need to add volume on top, like little, you know, cats can retract their claws. There's that little nib, like skin on the outside, that. Alrighty, well, Mouse polygroups enabled, and then click on my standard brush, and I should be able to just add that volume on the edge here, and I can further refine that with my move brush. Something like that. There we go. I'm gonna use my standard brush as well to further define that. Man, these claws are so high res for no reason. Okay, new plan. New plan. We're going to just subdivide the feet. Subdivide, subdivide. There we go. We're also going to decimate these while we're at it, because they don't need to be 37,000 points. The claws, these could be like 11 and be fine. And then Taylor says, Torii gates are usually gateways and sacred spaces. Yeah, usually entrances like temples. Maybe have some stones tile in a mandala formation, strewn in the grass as an ancient and abandoned, other than the dragon who stayed behind. I like that. Kind of like, you know, a forgotten about temple kind of vibe. That's beautiful. I do like that idea. Let's go with the Z plugin and let's make sure this is enabling polypaint when I decimate, so that way I don't have to redo it 100 times. The head is like very in the way. Excuse me, trying to detail your feet. We're gonna use a clay brush instead because I'm not crazy about how the standard brush is working. There we go. It's been a little easier to create the forms I'm going for right now. Because I think I'm gonna add some like, I can't decide if it's gonna be like petal-like texture or wood. I kind of have more like almost like a wood-like texture on the legs. I think I'm gonna continue that down to these little feet. Something like that, really, really roughed up, raised. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. All right, I have made a decision. And I can use that idea that I kind of refined there by including that in the poly paint. This would be a good time to use backface mask, which I can pretty much use as like a way to paint ambient occlusion onto my models, just like that. It's a nice little trick. All right, and the back feet really aren't that different than the front feet. So we're gonna just delete what little pieces we have here and then merge these down. I can duplicate, scoot them back, and use a 3D gizmo to make any small deformation changes. If they're even needed. Honestly, they could just be the same. Very nice. Beautiful. All right, now it is time to further refine each of these elements before I get them posed. So I want to do any like small detail changes before it breaks symmetry. I'm using this brush pretty heavy-handed because I want to kind of create more secondary forms, but I want to do it nice and quickly because I've spent a lot, again, this whole model was done from scratch, and that means I spent an immense amount of time on it compared to my average models, and at some point, it just needs to get done. So we are lovingly scooting it along to the finish line. Again, with love and care, but it is getting finished today. There we go. And these really exaggerated textures here are going to dry brush beautifully when 3D printed. You don't want to get too crazy with it because at some point you're compromising the mesh by introducing so many like intersecting polys. They like to flip on each other every now and then, so just use it carefully. All right, that looks good. I'm glad I actually took my time adding these flowers. I'm going to add a small inflate on all of them just so they have a little more oomph to them. So at the end of the day, these are still quite fragile little details. All right, I think that looks good. Trying to encourage myself to refine these little things now so I don't have to do it later when it's not symmetrical and it's hard to spin around and find everything. I feel like this flower right here doesn't know what it wants to be. Like, are you a hairpiece decoration or are you a focal point? What do you want to be? Yeah, it just needs to be more off to the side. And then perhaps with a little friend. I think having a cluster of flowers right here would be more interesting than just the one that's kind of stuck on. There we go. And then we'll lower that a little closer to the skull here. Perfect. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and merge that down to the antlers so it's just one nice big piece. Perfect. I also haven't decided on the tertiary details for the head. It has pretty strong secondary forms that I'm quite happy with, but I want to push this as far as I can now before it's posed. So right now I'm just adding some subdivision levels. I'm going to merge all of it down. And now I'm going to play with some of these shapes here and getting those final bits of detail. I've been going with like this rougher, almost wood-like texture as a final layer, and I'm pretty happy with it. We can go ahead and blend some seams using the clay brush. It looks a little odd just because of the poly paint difference. But here you go, check this out. You'll see that the seam actually is blended. Clay brush is really good for that. I wonder if I can kind of streak through this with my standard brush. Because I just want to make sure that when I blanket all of these like tertiary details, I'm not going to lose these more subtle forms I've created. Because that kind of defeats the whole purpose. I'm going to keep the teeth as their own little subtool here. I'll actually name them so they're out of the way. Sometimes when I'm trying to make for like a more like wizened design, I'll actually duplicate the lower eyelid and scoot it down. Just makes it look a little more complex and a little more interesting. And in this case, old, which is perfect. All right, I think I'm gonna try feathering some little details. There's kind of, in Chisel Organic, there's this default little petal shape. I think it actually is labeled as fungus, but to me it looks like a petal. And I'm gonna use this to bring a little bit more visual interest right around the face. This might be a good time to try out the interpolate function in ZBrush. I don't use it very often, but pretty much you can do like a start point and end point and double interpolate and create that texture in between those 2 points. Where did that weird ridge come from? I don't like it. Well, it looks like it's here to stay. So since it's here, let me fix it. Go away. I think he needs some barbels coming out of his snout like a catfish. I might add that, but that would be all the way at the end once he's posed. And I do agree. I'd love to have those loop down onto the base. That'd be beautiful. But if I add it now out of symmetry, I'm just going to have to pose those too. So, yeah. Good suggestion, though. Is this not in symmetry? Boo. It's okay. Nothing Mirror and Weld can't fix. I'm just going to decimate the head after I'm done with this anyway, because the head itself isn't going to bend or contort when I'm posing. At least I don't plan for it to. love this VDM. It's so cool the way I can kind of layer this up on itself. Right now I'm kind of just like click and dragging with a little bit of, not randomness, but kind of a looseness. Kind of get more of an organic feel. I'm like a peppering, if you will. Reaper said it'd be a nightmare to keep from breaking. Not necessarily, honestly. It wouldn't be. It'd be thicker than like the bow on this. Matt says, everyone get up, stretch, get water, take your meds, you got him. Go stand in the sun when you have the time. Reaper says no. I actually say yes. My Apple Watch just yelled at me to do that like 10 minutes ago. And I was like, I don't have to. But since it was requested on stream, I actually would love to take that excuse to get up and move for a second here. Oh, I've awoken my dog. He thinks it's time to do something. Come here. I know. Goblin noises. They said it was time to get up. Was it time to get up? Yes. He's always so worried that he's going to miss out on something. You're not. You're not missing out on anything. Wobble, wobble. Hello. Nice stretchy break. Ooh, big stretch. Oh wow, do you guys see him just completely lay back? You're a stressed man. Alright, nothing's actually happening. We're just gonna go back to work. Yeah? Okay. Go ahead. Do I have to leave it? Okay. Here. There you go. There. There you go. He insists on being tucked in. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. Here's him with his little blanket. There he is. He's a hard life. He is a little void babe. Yeah, stretch breaks are important. That is better. So far says, Matt, I knew I was forgetting something. I had water, stood in the sun, completely forgot my meds. Arguably maybe the most important thing there, so I'm glad. Good job, Matt. You just helped everyone. Yeah, the reminder every digital artist needs. It's true. It's true. I used to have a redeem hydrate command in the Poing store, and then I just forgot to put it back. Okay, put that back quickly, easily. Because then it pops up on the screen, everyone has to look at it. Which is arguably needed. There it is. All right, I think it should be working again. I'm curious if it works. No, it didn't work. Boo, Streamlabs. Oh, I didn't do the command right. That's why. Reaper, you should have. There we go. Ha. Bam. It works again. Anyway, you should have a self-care routine. It's so important. Check the super secret chat when you can. Absolutely. The fancy mods we have an exclusive super secret chat on Discord. Oh, you already updated the thing. Wow, that's quick. So yeah, it's not so bad to just like copy and paste, I'm hoping. Oh, you must have had to do that manually, you monster. Awesome, because I didn't send you a CSV. Nice, I will update that on my break. So by the end, we should have it new. Yeah, Taylor says to other Taylor, regard yourself worthy of self-care. I agree. I love that we're all like aggressively. She says no. Fine. Don't take care of yourself. I am the being of suffering. I'm not here to stop you. I would like if you were happy. We can't help you if you don't help yourself. This is going to turn into an intervention. Just kidding. Let's sculpt the dragon. So one thing, like on a real art note, don't just put the exact same size of scale all over a model. It doesn't look nearly as nice. It's not as functional either. You want a variety of shapes. Well, and they're more fun to look at. But also, they make more sense. There we go. Wanted the head to have like a bunch of like little petals on it. That's true. Self-care can be easy. It can be many things. Sleeping in on the weekends, a candy bar. I like doing all these things. What if you had a nose ring? Unironically, yeah, no, I actually do like that idea. I'm thinking about it. I want some sort of wispy line to cut off from the back here. I'll figure it out. Reaper says, my self-care was drawing dragons and playing my dragon game. Okay, that's actually fair. Very good. Then we will not intervention you. I guess that is fine. So right now I'm going to use the standard brush to hopefully create some interesting little wispy vein-like shapes that I think would look good. I have a plan. It's just whether or not I can actually get this to do the thing I wanted. I mean, I guess the software can do whatever, if I can figure out how to do it. I do think that looks quite cool. It's subtle, it's small, but I know it's there, and I like that a lot. I do think I'm going to cut in an interesting, more dramatic shape on top here. Yeah, kind of like an emblem of some sort. This is kind of going into the mandala idea that Taylor put in my head. There we go. I need to have lazy radius on this. My shaky hand will not. That's kind of a fun shape. Nah, it's gonna be too noisy once it's all done and small. But it was fun to try out. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna mask just the edge here and try to create kind of like a flower beard almost. All right, I have this bottom edge mask, and now I'm gonna start pulling off this texture I was talking about. Yeah, isn't that cool? Like a little flower beard. And then we're gonna add a little bit of roughness to the body because it's looking a little too perfect, I think. Just a little bit of noise here and there. Not that much noise. There we go. All right, sweet. We are ready for posing, I think. And a cowbell. Maybe not on the cowbell. All right, we're gonna create groups where things are not supposed to move. So pretty much all of these like layering branches and whatnot, I'm going to make into their own subtools to make my life a little bit easier. There we are. My goodness, who went through here and made so many subtools? Just kidding, it's me. All right, and we're gonna decimate as we go. Jesse says, did you finish the horse? Truthfully, I make so many models, I am not certain, but you are newer. Oh, welcome back, by the way. You've been gifted a membership, by the way, today. Alexander came in, donated a bunch of them, so you got one since you have chatted and been active before. Ooh, you mean the Monster Man, right? Monster Man horse? Yes, yes, I did finish that yesterday. Would you like to see it? Of course you'd like to see it. Let me pull it up. I'll put this under Big Boy, Cherry Blossom Dragon. There we go. And a membership just means that your name shows up in a fancy green, you have a badge next to your name, and you can use fancy exclusive emojis, which currently is just cats and a mushroom. I mean, I'm not sure what else you would want. And here is that disgusting thing we finished yesterday. A little different from what we're working on today. I'm pretty proud of it. A lot of really fun textures here. Let's see if I can get a nice zoomed in render. Yeah, fill up that screen. Another fun thing you can do is go to draw and mess with the focal length and really get some like drama going on here. I feel like it stopped working. There we go. And let's go under render set. There's two I really like, which is radial overlay and preview AO. Let's see how radial does. That's true. It's not just any mushroom. It is our first Haverpet Moo. It is true. I don't mean to derail your stream. We do it all the time, don't you worry. But here it is. Disgusting. We added a bunch of like pussy modules on it, pussy pustules on it, thanks to Aloha, and I think it really helps out the design further. Jared says, I'm here again and hope I'm not late this time. Oh, I mean, the stream's been going for an hour and a half, but I'm just starting, so yes. We finished this monster grossness yesterday, and Jesse's asking to see it, so I had to show it off. We're actually working on something much cuter today, though, which is, can I get a no color? How's polyskin look on this? Gross. Oh yeah. But yes, today we're actually working on the Cherry Blossom Dragon, though we have already made a Taverpet because Alexander came and made gifted a bunch of memberships. We made, did I not save it? Why don't I save anything? I swear to God. Mini Blaze, where were you? I'm glad I went to show this to you because then I found out I didn't save it. But never fear, I have a bajillion quick saves. So there we go. I made a little beholder Taverpet. And now that I'm here, we're going to save it. We're also $2 of the way to our next Taverpet goal. It seems like we either unlock 2 Taverpets in one day or 0. Can we spread these out? No, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind, but it just seems to be the pace of things. All right, miscellaneous, Taverpet, and save. And also, I'm joking, Mini Blaze. It's not your fault. I should save my work. I am grown woman, professional artist. All right, back to our main event right now, which is posing this Cherry Blossom Dragon. Oh yes, it's coming along quite nice. Fashionably late, I agree. Pretty happy with this too. Matt says, so we need a hydrate redeem and a save redeem. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't think about that. Maybelline says, Mia, hey, at least next time you tease me for reminding you, your mind will wander back to the times I didn't, and you gave me a hard time. That's true, I give you a hard time all the time. All right, let's continue to cook. Let's see, we're about an hour and a half in. I'm gonna do another 30 minutes or so of work on this, and then I'm probably gonna take a break and make a banana smoothie. Strawberry banana smoothie. With a little bit of spinach, because I am anemic. Man, that looks really nice. Mini Boy says, it is the timing on the saves though. I've gotten better at when to do that. You really have. You've gotten better at just timing your comments in general. You are finally not the, hey, you missed a spot while I'm literally doing something, which is very appreciated. This is such a hard model to pin and like show off the whole thing because it's just long. All right, why are you rotating in the middle of space? There you go. Will you be aesthetic, please? There we go. That's kind of like you can actually see the model. I like to have a stamp up while I'm working for me to reference through, but also when people just tune into the stream, they can be like, what are you working on? Because every now and then I'll just zoom in on a rock for 30 minutes and it's like, you don't get to know. Stay tuned, find out. Mini Boy says, hey, didn't you do the dragon body in separate subtools to help with posing, or is that something else? Oh yeah, I always use lots of subtools. Everything. Everything is more. More subtools is more. All right, let's keep on moving. Right now, I'm just merging down all these little flower groups to arm branch groups because I have a million subtools right here, and there really doesn't need to be that many. Especially if I want to pop this over into Transpose Master, which is just a way to pose in ZBrush. It would be nice if I did not have a million subtools. Otherwise, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of Transpose Master. There we go. I would also like to have this well ready and done before I start my next D&D campaign, because the DM like requested this model. It's not for the D&D campaign we're going to be playing. We're doing like an Eldritch Horror. But I still want her to feel appreciated. So, personal goal to have this done soon. Ideally today. But that might be a little too ambitious. All right, that's looking good. Good. I don't predict that this leg is going to need to bend very much, so we're going to go ahead and just merge down. And if it turns out that it does and I was wrong, I can always reconstruct subdiv later on. All right. Piece, piece, piece. Very good. Leaving that separate. These flowers are probably gonna need to get moved around if I'm guessing that correctly, but I can still split them out roughly into like mid-body and then tail. All right, we're doing much better here. Look at what a non-disaster this is now. I like it. So since I'm going to go with kind of a more simple pose, something I can do to help add some interest is add height onto the base. But I do like having the models mostly flat because it makes them more versatile for custom bases. So I'm thinking right now. We'll see. Abel says, do you prefer to merge together or live Boolean together? I definitely merge and then just live Boolean takes so long. You gotta come up here and do render. Where's my Boolean? See, this already takes too long. Render Boolean, live Boolean, come over here, click hide and show just the right subtools, and then come all the way down here and click Boolean, make Boolean mesh. And then I have to go through and append it back on. That takes too long, way too long. I just go, boop, merge, done. And then to make it, remesh correctly, I can just bring my gizmo right here and click remesh by union. Does the exact same thing. Unless you want to do a Boolean operation where you're subtracting or other fancy stuff like that, then no. But live Booleans is your only way. What about a perching pose with front part on a rock formation or cherry blossom tree stump or something? Did you say that before I even said that out loud? Wow, same brain cell. That's crazy. Okay, yeah. All right, got two people thinking that. I like it. Yeah, I think some height would be important. I don't want to wrap it on a tree stump like this way. I do want to keep the form factor long, but maybe like upwards and then side to side. I did this to myself. what if instead I just went through the effort of gently nudging this body straight, and then I can have my cake and eat it too. And then all the complaining I did about doing it wrong wouldn't be a big deal, because technically this isn't too far. And I did make this really cool VDM chisel brush, so I can just like throw the texture back on if I need to clean up some areas. I'm gonna try, because I have a really nice low subdiv here. I'm gonna try to flatten this out. Oh, I don't know about this. All right, so I want it to connect, so it's gonna be straight. All right, I'm just gonna really roughly smush it into place. God, see, that's why I put the arch in the back. No aura. Looks ridiculous without it. Anyway, but this is for construction purposes. Let me smush this around really quick and then see what it looks like high res and see if it's totally destroyed or if this is an option, but if I just do it more nicely. Wow, this is hysterical. It's just a pink worm. I mean, literally. All right, I'm gonna turn off perspective so I can kind of, I do want it to be roughly the same thickness as well, because I can add that natural taper also with a gizmo. Sometimes it's difficult to sculpt things correctly with your tools because it just looks like I gotta look at this for a long time. And so I wanted it to look nice right from the get-go, so I kind of skipped some steps. Which is fine. I should have just gone all the way and figured out what pose it's going to be and just sculpted it asymmetrically while I was at it. But I didn't. Oh, very nice. Thank you for that. I saw that pop up, a donation up here, but I don't see it in my own chat. How does that make sense? Oh, there it is. Jesse says, thank you so much. Think of all the banana smoothies you could make if everyone here super chatted $5. Like a ton, because I don't buy like the pre-made frozen bags. I just buy a bunch of bananas like in bulk and then I freeze them myself. So like a lot. That's a couple pounds of bananas right there. On a real note though, thank you very much. I appreciate the donation. I really do. And now we are a little closer to a tabber pet. So let me go ahead and update that. Where is that tab? I just named the goal $30 by accident. The goal is not $30. The goal is tabber pet. Shoot, that means I forgot what the total was immediately. Have we had 2 5s today? And are we at 12 or are we at 7? It's okay, I can find out if YouTube will load. As of now, we're just gonna enjoy some confetti, some vibes, and now I'm extra excited for my smoothie, which is happening soon. YouTube doesn't want to load. There we go. There it is. Yes, we're at 7. Perfect. Thanks to Jack and Jesse. Beautiful. A little closer. Well, bam. Halfway to halfway, which just means a quarter. But it sounds more fun to say it that way. Thank you. Back to the worm. We're gonna hide the flowers just for right now so they're out of the way. I like this pose a lot too, but it's not the same dragon shape of what we're doing. And then we're actually gonna hide the legs as well. Everything is just out of the way right now. This is definitely one of those cases where it's gonna look a lot worse before it looks a lot better. Just trust the process. It looks so stupid. Okay, no, we're okay. No crisis. Just vibes. Now it looks like those old Viking boats, doesn't it? What are they called? You know what I'm talking about, like the long boats. Is it just called a long boat? I should know because I've sculpted one before. You guys insulted my Streamlabs bot. Now it's not going to work. It's very sensitive. Jesse, my mods are trying to send you fake currency, and my bot says no. Long ship. There you go. Long boat. It is a long boat. I'm surprised I didn't know that off the top of my head, because like I literally have a Vikings collection where I sculpted these. But anyway. Okay. This actually doesn't look as goofed up as I thought it would. Side problem, you can't use the curve deformer with subdivision levels. Devastating. Supposedly you can reconstruct subdiv, but that has worked like 0 times for me. What if I do this and then subdivide? Yeah, that's not bad. We're gonna do this. All right, let's try to fix a little bit of the waviness here. And then let's see if this technique that I've been saying so many good things about it is even worth it. We're gonna hide the base right now too. And then before I get too far along, I need to make sure I put the eyeballs together, because that would be a shame if the eyeballs were just not connected to the head. All right, we're gonna decimate to just not so high. Let's just do a 1/4 mil. Jesse says, hey, I tried to join your Discord and it said I needed an invite. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, bam. That's funny that you found my Discord, but it was like, where's your invite? Because the invite's everywhere. Oh, is my bot not going to work for me either now? Wow. Okay. It broke my own bot. Here, let me get you a invite manually, like a peasant. There. Oh, it showed up at the exact same time that whatever. You have been double invited. How does that feel? Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and attach the antlers and the teeth. I'm going to tuck the head down just a little bit because I like lots of drama. And then I'm even going to put a small tilt on it right from the get-go to start getting some motion happening here. Same with the neck. I'm going to disable symmetry and then scoot this on over. Yes. Big curves. Lots of drama. Very good. Sweet. All right, now let's try to do this cool thing I keep talking about. All right, we have the gizmo. It's aligned, it's centered. Click on the little gear and then bend curve. Usually what I do is you start with as few nodes as possible. Each one of these little dots is a node. And then from here, we can really kind of create some fun shapes. You want to start with fewer nodes than more nodes for the same reason you design anything. Primary shape, secondary, 1, 2, 3. Don't skip steps. Jurassic says join. Thank you. Thank you. Happy to have you back. You know, I don't hate it without any legs. So right now I'm kind of going for the shape that I like the most without just being absurdly detailed. So right now I need like another spot for a bend. So this is where I would add another node. There we go. Click and drag right on this little gold cone. I think it's this one. Yeah. And see, it'll add more just along this curve you've already created. It's really nifty. You can see why I was sad that I didn't build this accordingly. Again, it's not supposed to be a snake, so I'm not supposed to curve it up like that. I did want it to have a form factor that was on the longer side still. So I'm gonna just undo it and do it again, because I gotta have a different vision in mind now. Where I want it to be like really high and arced. Yeah, something more like that. Okay. So I have a start point and an end point. Now, more nodes. I wish this didn't get all screwed up. There we go. Beautiful arcing shape, and I kind of want enough length to add another bend here somewhere. If I need to, I can actually duplicate the body twice to get the same effect. Yeah, thank you, Reaper. Welcome to the tavern. That is a much warmer way to say that, other than just, hey, cool, thanks for joining. All right. And this is why you don't detail first, but it's fine. And yeah, Aloha had a similar thing they had to solve with this, because they've worked on a dragon just like this. That was actually their last super big project they did. So notice that I'm kind of working on like 2 dimensions. I'm just working on like the side profile first, and then I poke over to the other side and see how I want this shape to look. Yeah, that's cool. And if you need to, don't forget you can use each one of these little cones here to like taper and further refine each little spot. But don't get too lost in that until you even have like your overall shape complete. There we go. All right, one cool section of the body here. I'm gonna go ahead and click accept on this, and then use the move brush to further snake that up into place. Speaking of, the bottom of this neck should be a little wider. There we go, something more like that. I'm gonna duplicate this entire body and see if I can kind of, oh, you know what I really should do? Never mind. I should have kept a copy of the long tube. Yeah. Let's see if I can go find that. Let's go to the original, and I should have enough undo history to go back to it straight. Yes, I do. Amazing. Good. Snake tube. All right, we're gonna save a copy of it this time, just in case I make this outrageously long. And now we can come back and continue. Bend curve. More curve. And this is where I want to start figuring out how it's going to all fit together. Reaper says Jessie must be broken. Jessie's like, I'm not broken, just at work. No, it's because we're trying to send you this fake currency poing, and the bot cannot find you. There we go. Let me gift you poing. It's very important. I think it'd be cool if I can create a complete circle loop right here. So let's see. See what I'm starting to try and do here? Circle. but not really. I'm like a soft ellipse. All right, so that would, where is the top? I need to twist this because it does need to link up somehow. I'm probably going to end up redetailing a lot of this anyway, but I would like if I tried to follow the same line here. Let's add another node. It is time. There we go. It's a really powerful tool. I don't get to use it very often. And that's why I tend to forget about it, even when I have like a perfect application moment for it. There we go. The way that I'm designing this right now, I'm hoping that I'll have a lot of room for a really cool, like that tail antler flare. It'll pretty much have a similar effect that the current antlers do. What is this fake currency for? I believe we have a little command that will explain it. Let's see if that works. I'm pretty sure I added that thanks to Sater. There we go. Yep, Poing is a fun currency of the stream, earned by watching and chatting, and spend by visiting the Poing store. Which, if you want to look at that, guess what? There's a command for that too. There's not much in the store as of right now, but there are plans in the work. A tab is always under renovation. Antler flare. Yes. Also, welcome back to software. Kind of forgetting how this is going to connect. I'm not forgetting, just we're figuring it out. I think it's going to be like that. Yeah. All right, I think the rest of it I can kind of adjust using the move brush, and I need to kind of figure out this weird little kink right here before I go too much further. Right now I'm just using Trim Dynamic to quickly remove a bunch of material and get kind of a rounded nub that I can then connect more stuff to. It's very cute. I'm trying to preserve the details here because we both know I'm gonna just have to redetail the whole body, which is fine. Like I've constructed that in a way that it won't even take that long. For some reason, I won't let it go. I also want to make sure this fits on the base somewhat nicely. So let's see if I can kind of scrunch this over using Move Topological. And Mask, it needs a little bit of help. There we go. That's gonna be so cool when it's done. Hey, Foxy's here. Hello, hello. Can you buy banana smoothies with fake currency? No, I cannot. But alas, not all the peasants have much real currency either. Lots of aspiring artists and creatives in the chat, which is partly why we get a lot of really good art business questions during happy hour. All right. Let's see if I can start adding like what are those things called? Legs. Let's see if we can add some legs. I feel like we have been lacking a severe lack of Foxy recently. So I'm happy to see you in the chat again. Granted, I saw you in the Peasant Social Hub just the other day. Cool. And then scrunch this together. Get roughly the same height. We might add height like on the front and the back of it later on. But for now, nice and simple. All right, time to add some decorations that are going to actually signify where joints are and some semblance of bones. I think the back legs will be closer to like here. I don't remember what this is. Oh, that's the tail. Antler flare. Yeah, it's gonna look so cool from the front view. We're gonna have like this double flare thing happening. Again, I haven't figured it out yet, so don't worry about it. But I predict we're gonna have like a huge fan tail. So I'm gonna like hide the head temporarily. But I'm thinking what I'm gonna do with this tail is I'm gonna create a couple symmetrical portions off the side, like this. This is kind of reminding me of the Pokemon Milotic, which would check out because it's one of my favorite Pokemon. Oh, hey, someone new is here. Hello, Douglas. Do you know what tablet she's using for modeling in ZBrush? I'm using a Cintiq. It's super expensive. You don't need it. Get a Huon Canvas or an XP pen or whatever. You do not need to spend over 2,000 US dollars on a tablet. I do love it though. It's gigantic. It's very fancy. I do this every single day though. I've been doing it for 6 years. So I need my equipment to work all of the time. Just this last week, I replaced this pen for the first time. It was 80 bucks to replace. And that is the first time I've ever had to troubleshoot anything with this tablet in the last 5+ years. So that's why I shelled out the big bucks. But you do not have to do that. And I didn't have to do that either. Thank you. You're very welcome. Any other questions? Let me know. Everything I do here is designing tabletop figures for 3D printing, but it's just sculpting at the end of the day, so it has tons of applications. It doesn't have to be for 3D printing. And Jared, yes, gotta catch them all. And then Reaper mentions Foxy has been binging Timberborn. Is that game where you're like it's like a bed and breakfast for beavers, or am I just like totally that was a fever dream? Because I swear I remember seeing ads for that. And the Mini Blaze mentions, I have a less expensive version without the screen. So I draw my monitor like looking up instead, which if you can get used to that disconnect, that's no problem. I used to use that for a long time. This is looking really cool. All right, we're gonna be regularly reevaluating the silhouette from all aspects, all perspectives. Because like from the front, there's some cool things happening here, but obviously with a lot of tangents that make it hard to read. So it's important that I, for example, just like take this tail and just pull it over, stuff like that. We also have this tube base. Nope. There you go. Awesome. We have a long way to go, but damn, this is looking cool. All right, I don't like how absolutely flat the base is. We are gonna add some rocks and some level layering to this. A really quick and easy way to do this is simply to remove this bottom piece, which is pretty much like it's just modeled. This is not gonna move. This is like that hard surface, simple base rim that I have like, for example, on Thor. That's this piece here. But the rock textures, I can do whatever I want with. So let's start iterating from that. And then Jesse says, can someone please write the equipment down here in the chat? I would like to know what the equipment was. Oh, for me, for mine specifically? Even though I was like, don't buy this. But you can. 1 second. I can grab the exact link that I used. It might be on sale by now because now my device, you know, is 5 years old. I think this is the 25-inch. Yes, Maverick. It's my dog snoring in the background. And plus, I'm about ready to take a small break here and go make that smoothie anyhow. Here we go. I ordered this on July 9th, 2020. Can find the exact order. It is $2,199 right now. I have a direct link for it in the chat. That is an Amazon affiliate link. I can create an affiliate link for literally anything. So yes, would I make money if you bought that? Yes. But it's not sponsored because I could make it for anything. But I still want to be transparent with you guys. All right. Yes, Wacom has dominance through a patent expired, so there's more affordable alternatives now. This is very, very true. It is so consistent, though. It is an interesting choice that I use it for sculpting, though, because you don't really need correct color acuity for what I'm doing. I don't do like fancy texturing in a separate software, for example. Like, what is that software called? I can't remember what it's called. Can't remember. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, like, part of the money that goes into this tablet is how accurate the colors are, which is funny because I really don't need them because I just sculpt. Yeah, blessed by the Maverick snore. That is my dog back here. That pile of blanket, there is a dog in there. Maybe you'll see him, maybe you won't. He's already made one appearance on the stream today. Hey, Aiden's here. Welcome in. One might say this dragon's looking totally tubular. Lame. Oh, but while we're at it and talking about tablets, I also really recommend the Intuos. This one does not have a screen, but it's just a cheap little good dude. It is currently on sale for $40. I used this for a long time and it was just fine. So that's $40, not $2,200. What is that, 1%, 2% of the cost? So that's a really good alternative. But if you were wanting a really solid display tablet, the Huon Canvas is fantastic. They have a 13-inch. I like going for as big of a tablet as you can afford, honestly, but that does drive up the price considerably. If you want something comparable to what I have, but from Huon, it is only $500 instead of $2,200. And here's a link for that as well. So here's kind of a spread of different ones. You have a non-display for $40. The next level up, which is $500, it's a 22-inch display Huon Canvas. I personally used that and loved it. And then I have at the very top was the link for my Cintiq that I am telling you, unless you have just tons of money to spare on your hobby, then sure, drop $2,000. If you're gonna buy on Amazon, use my link because then I get a kickback at no cost to you. There you go. Continuing to work on this totally tubular dragon. All right, so I have separated this into its own mesh right here, and I'd like to get some height on it. We're going to duplicate it, and then I'm going to delete anything that is hard surface. Wow, that's a good Maverick snore. There we go. Those have been split off into their own piece. I'm going to go ahead and split it off one more time. So notice that when you are designing something as complex as like this dragon, I'm doing it in stages. I'm doing some of the pose and then refining the base, and some of the pose and then refining the base. It's really important that these interact with each other in a really organic way. So making that base a bit thicker. No, let's do this instead. Let's just mask the bottom and then use my handy dandy transpose line. Click Y to toggle that. Click and drag, make sure your line is somewhat in the center. That would be ideal. Let's see if I can just, bam, add some height, just like that. That's too much height. A little bit of height. It's giving Lion King rock vibes a little bit. Let's scoot that down. Same with this. That tiny little torii gate we can keep still on the bottom. Let's go ahead and float the rock down. And I could actually lean into this and get some really interesting forms on the side here. Think kind of like wall mushrooms. But for now, we'll opt with something a little bit more simple since I'm just trying out these ideas still. I'm using the standard brush to add some blobs of volume here, just to see if I'm even gonna like this. It'd be cool if I actually continued the water over the front, this little stream here, and made a little waterfall, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, shall we? So now it's going to give me some room if I want to put the legs on the ground, for example. There we go. And then we can lower this part of the tail. Don't forget to unbreak the legs. We don't want broken legs. Oh, also, Aiden, I think Ricky is mailing your package today. You'll know because we'll send you a tracking link and whatnot. This is looking really cool. It's got a long ways to go, but pretty cool. Foxy says, Mia, the Amazon link thing works for a few days, so you can have some fun and look at things people purchase whilst the cookie's on the browser. Yes, that is true. I once had someone that bought a book on how to 3D print sex toys, and now I know it's one of y'all. I don't know who, but it's one of you. I was like, don't do that. If you're gonna do that, make sure you seal it appropriately. But anyway, not gonna get myself demonetized today. Actually, I don't even care. I make marginal money through ad revenue. It's mostly donation based, so we'll talk about whatever we want. Oh, nice. Abel's got the 16-inch display on sale. Very nice. I love it. What on earth did I just hear? Nothing. Nothing. Moxie says, also, the water would have to be flowing uphill for the waterfall to be there. There's a dragon on this base. I can say that the spring originates from right here. How's that? And it spills out that way. When magic's involved, I'm gonna be right. I bet it was a Loa. No. The mods PR team is in shambles when Mia starts rambling. Yes. I can see my phone blowing up and just like, stop. Mayboy says, yeah, but you want to get into good habits as your channel is growing and that check will go up. Honey, I'm already full-time on Patreon and stuff. How much money do I need to compromise and to, what is it, censor myself? We're fine. We're fine. It's not that bad. Always dragon magic. That is the answer. That one person is probably sweating though. I don't think it was anyone in our live stream peasant chat because I haven't used Amazon affiliate links or shared them really since in months. So it was a while ago. It was not this year. Houses are not cheap. You're right. You're right. I guess I won't talk about it. God. Okay, Mom. All right, we've made a lot of progress on this, and the energy is waning. This thing is such a pain in the ass in the best way. So, we're gonna get a little bit done here, like this, and then I'm gonna go make a smoothie. And I encourage y'all to take a breather as well, especially if you're at work or whatnot. All right, this rock is not that cute. Go away. It'd be kind of cool if it poked out like as a little rock side thing. Is this not just awesome or what? I need a little bit more negative space right here just so the silhouette reads more clearly. Let's go ahead and black this out. No. Flat colors, please. That's not flat colors. Wow, that is... Recently, my ZBrush has been confusing flat colors for the default red wax, and I'm like, these could not be farther apart. Anyway, but see how like this reads more clearly and more interesting than that? Stuff like that. I know it's a 3D model, it's like, just turn it. Well, you still want good fundamentals everywhere. Ooh, the flat color looks cool, doesn't it? That's out of like a low poly video game or something. And it's just all just texture work. I love that. David says, lol, back in time for you to leave. Happens. Goodness, this is pretty. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Empress is like, dude, houses are so cheap. Amazon has them for like $5. I wouldn't doubt it, honestly, at this point. My God, it's probably 3D printed and this big. All right, that's super fun. Oh, is my dog sneezing? Are you having a problem? That was a really weird noise you made. Okay, no, he's good. False alarm. All right, back to this. I'm so excited. Okay, we're going to screenshot this, save it, and then I'm not going to work on it again today because I'm getting tired of it. Ah. There we go. Foxy says, looks like the dragon be right at home in Breath of the Wild when using flat color. That also checks out. I've been playing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom recently. Reaper, I'll eat when my queen eats. Yeah, which is like in 2 minutes. Brace your, just 1 second. All right, taking a little screenshot. It's fine. Awesome. And we're gonna save. I've got so much work done on this. I'm really glad. It's been haunting my dreams, guys. This, the Nucleovy, the Fall of Aloha. There's another one. I've had so many giant models to work on, which is great. But like, they're piling up. There will be a mustache. Don't you guys worry. I need to get everything else done first. Art 2. And then I'm gonna tag Dr. Wildfire. Making progress. Bam. That's who requested this. Also, Dr. Wildfire has supported me on Patreon forever. They are a gem. They also made us a lovely Taverb Tarot deck, which I'm going to start implementing into streams, hopefully by June. I'm convinced they keep Maverick up all night running around. He sleeps so much. That is actually very accurate. Like, little dude just parties, like, pretty much all day and all night. And then during my streams when I work is the only time he's just chilling. He used to just sleep all the time because he was fat, but now he's not fat. We fixed that. I swear to God, I gave him like 1 potato chip, like once a month, and he gained like 3 pounds. I'm like, dude, okay. Pugs. I grew up with German Shepherds, so I'm not used to that. My German Shepherds were just like garbage cans. They were awesome. They could eat anything, and they were just raccoon gut, super healthy, never got sick. They lived, let's see, Thora passed away, I think, at 12, and I got up to 13, I think, which for Shepherds is ancient. They get the tarot deck yet. Oh yeah, I showed it off on stream and everything. It was epic. All right, it's time to make a smoothie. It is 2 o'clock. I'll be back by 2:30 p.m. at the latest. I shall return. Awesome. And then we'll work on something else. Maybe start that new model. We'll see. If you have not stood up or got water or any of those good things, go do those things. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll see you guys soon. Hello, and I am back. I had a really fantastic break. Had a strawberry banana smoothie with a little bit of spinach in it because I won't eat spinach, but if it's blended into a smoothie, I can't taste it, and then I will eat it or drink it. And then we sat outside in the sun and played with the dog. Maverick was just being an absolute spaz. He was being super, super cute. So what have you guys been up to? Don't read above. Oh, Rudy's here. Hi, I'm reading above. Oh my god. Okay. Guys, who started this? Who is getting taxed? Oh my god. Alright. I leave for 30 minutes and this is what you guys do. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, I like spinach and salads. And I like it. I do eat spinach. What the hell am I talking about? Don't listen to me. It was David. David, what? Not my student. Oh my god. Anyway, let's see what we're working on next. Rudy, whoa, wait. What? Oh my god. Yeah. I read the thing. I guess you're saying wait to read it. No, it's already been done. The damage has been done. I'm disappointed. Alright, we're going to go do an art now. We saved this. Pretty pleased with it. Well, bam. Noodle boy is noodling. Looking pretty darn good if I do say so myself. I want a fancy render. Render. I was trying to find reference pics and it snowballed. I guess that's acceptable. Who was at the door? You're supposed to yell, which is coming back. The back door. Bad peasant. Bad peasant. Well, I see the chat is lively. Love to see it. Okay, okay. It's true. Lookout was never appointed. I tell you guys when I'm coming back, like, accurately. Okay, whatever. Moving right along, let's go ahead and get some, whoop-bam. Spreadsheet goodness. Okay, first of all, we definitely, detail is going to be like this back and forth process. Post-process, post-prep is in progress, and then post-process is also in progress. So we made some progress. Neato. We also have a new Taver pet, which is a beholder, and that is finished. We are also $7 out of 30 funded for the Mind Flayer, which is pretty much what I plan to do today if that hits that goal. But we already hit one goal, so I'm feeling pretty jazzed about that. Excuse me. Alrighty. What next? What next? One of these things is not like the others. They have to do them in order-ish. I have 2 priority tickets right now that are purchased, so I'm going to get to that first. Alright, this, I've accepted that Seder is not coming in today, which is a-okay. I still got good peasantry going on here, and I legit would like your guys' help on this one, because it's kind of a lot. I don't have any references. I have not gathered a single reference, and I gave you guys no time to prep, so sorry about that. I'm going to put a screenshot of the request in the chat for you guys to read, and if you're at work, I totally understand, but if you're not at work and you would like to do me a solid, drugs over here. This is what we're working on right now. This is from John, who has supported my art since January of this year, and has 2 really, really cool requests that are complicated as heck in the best way. All right, here it is. This is what we're going to start on right now. Brand new. All right. John says, hey, I'm that guy that messaged you on Reddit. The creature is a final boss of a campaign I'm currently working on. The concept is for a bug humanoid hybrid. In its resting form, which I don't think we're doing resting form, we're going to do like somewhat angry, otherwise it looks too human. Anyway, but in resting form, it just looks like a man with a jet black carapace instead of skin with seams along it. His fingers are long and sharp at the tips with barbs. His face, when challenged, opens up almost like a flower, so think like Stranger Things, to reveal a human skull whose jaws open like mandibles. His skulled visage glows a vibrant purple when he is threatened. To heighten his psychic abilities, he is able to unravel the carapace surrounding his body, as well as using what unravels as tendrils, so he can move in almost a spider-like manner, or as a nasty thorn whip attack when fighting. He is determined to make all into his new swarm, capable of taking on the universe, and finally creating everlasting peace without hate or fear or sadness. All it will take is biomass and an end to any who oppose becoming a food source for the Legion. You had me for a second there. I was like, oh, that's kind of nice. I'm like, oh, no, it's just bad again. Okay. Everlasting peace is nice. Like, maybe he eats everything in its way. Bad biomass. Okay. Let's do it. Let's figure this out. All right. It is time. It is time. I really don't know how I'm going to go about this bug humanoid. So I'm going to Google that first. And then I'll throw any references I like into the chat. If you would like to contribute, you're more than welcome to. It is a Thursday Tavern Peasant Party in Discord. You can throw stuff in there. All right. I'm just going to Google images, type in bug humanoid, and see if I like anything. I'm most confused about how I'm going to do this carapace thing. That's a pretty good carapace thing. This is from an artist on DeviantArt. CGPT team. Isn't that just GPT? It's just AI. But it is still a good reference. Oh my god. Aloha, the fact that you did that core thing, I'm so sorry. Also, we are the same. Because I actually have that on a note right here. Where I did this. So, I love that you and I noted down the same things. And the reason I'm going to share that I actually already did that bullet point is because look at what Aloha and I are able to pull out of a request and identify as main components. So, I think the only thing I didn't note down was Skull Vibrant Purple, because I don't really need to worry about the colors much. But everything else is spot on. And I think it's really important to be able to boil down a request like that. Sorry, Aloha. It's a compliment that we're on the same page. David says, I suck at Discord. I can't find the tab. All right, let me just tag you. Bam. Ye has been summoned. Ooh, this is helpful. This is really helpful. Did you just make this collage or did you find this? Either way, very good. I like the one in the middle the most too. Yoink. Oh look, someone sculpted that concept already. Neato. Yeah, I need it as close up as possible on this like carapace thing. What it's really gonna end up being is like form-fit armor. Think paladin, but agile is like how it's actually gonna be constructed. Did I screenshot this already and forget immediately? Oh well, do it again. I don't know why, Jared, this is like so funny to me. Like we're all looking at like this really spooky serious and you're like, A Bug's Life. On a real note, that is a good reference to get proportions and the way things are constructed, especially boiled down to its simplest forms. But it's just hysterical how like wholesome your reference is. Oh gosh. Oh, they found, Maylee's found that artist, Stephen Welch. Beautiful. I assume that's who made this piece here, which, yeah, is incredible. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, hell yeah. This is what I'm going to follow most closely. It's actually featured on ZBrush Central. This is from Jamin Kim. Wow. Ooh, this is going on my reference board. Yoink. Amazing. I love the subset of arms. That wasn't specified by the requester. I don't think he'd mind. He was pretty clear. He was like, hey, I like your stuff. I'm like, great. Because that's what I make, is my stuff. All right, I'm happy with that. What else? Oh yeah, the flower head. Stranger Things. I'm just going to reference this exactly. Flower head. Ish guy. I want open and close. Will do me a side by side? No. Fine. Just close. It's not closed. 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 Come on. I don't know how to find it. Head closed. Wow. The internet's like it doesn't exist. They run around quite a lot with their head closed. So do the dogs. The dogs are pretty much always like head closed. Stranger Things, dog head. There we go. Okay, it's really not that complicated. It just looks like a flower head. You know, we want it open anyway. My bad. Because we're going to have him doing like an attack pose anyway. Well, bam. All right, we have references. Now we do the thing. Ooh. Yoink. Okay, this makes me mad because it's so good. And when I see color theory used like this and just shape language and just line art, it just, is that a centipede like ponytail? Disgusting. You guys ever look at like other artists who are super talented and you're just like, disgusting. One day I will be you. I'm working on it right now. Good reference. All right, I'm gonna grab not all of those because I don't know if they're all relevant. Let me double check my screenshots here. Yeah, I don't need that or this. That's fine. Yes, yes, yes. That's me. Cool. I'm gonna dump all of these into the Discord, kind of like a little collection of everything. And then I'm gonna pin it as a note. And I'm also going to throw it on top of my other monitor. And then a reminder again, the desire here is to force all of the new swarm into everlasting peace, which is kind of cool. So it's not, it needs to look somewhat intelligent to be able to like comprehend concepts like that. Very good. That is a good carapace. I like that we can see the back of it here too. That's cool. Yeah, making this like shoulder thing is going to be really important. Capper quotes? What did I say? Oh, I don't know why this is pinging me again. Odd. All right. I'm going to pin this. Oh yeah, pin it. Cool. You guys are welcome to continue posting cool stuff. Do I use PureRef? No, I don't like it. It's so stupid. It's great. It's free. I have donated. I've given them money. And then I was like, wow, this is annoying to navigate. I just don't like the navigation on it at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm navigation illiterate. To be clear, it is great. This is the same way I'm like, I don't like Blender. First person to say that I'm wrong. Blender, PureRef, fantastic. I just don't like them. There you go. All right, let's go ahead and open a new file here. Begin. Witcha. Witcha. Reaper gave Yoni 100 points, and I was like, 100 points? I'm like, he's gonna lose it all. And right away, Reaper says, only because I know you'll lose it all. I was thinking the same thing, yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's so creepy and kind of cool. Yeah. That's how I imagined doing the bee queen that we did a few weeks back until he was like, no, a literal bee. I was like, oh, okay. All right, we're going to use the male base mesh in this case. Where is he? There's our Chad. He will not need eyebrows. Let's just leave it there for now. Okay. Trying to think of how we're gonna do this. Thinking. This is like the same way I'd approach like a sci-fi model, but I really don't want I don't want this to take like 3 days. I want to get it done and I want it to be awesome at the same time. So, okay, move my monitor. All right, we're getting serious. I'm gonna look at this a lot during the stream. I'm having a great time, just know that. Same brain. Gremlin brain is going off. All right, I don't think we are going to use literally any reusable assets. This is just going to be straight sculpting on a body. This is, I love this. Thought you get a kick out of it. I do get a kick out of it. He's just like a little adventurer dude. I love that. No modesty shorts here. He's not going to need them. We're going to go low poly. And we're going to throw this little creepy dude. I really should have kept his shorts on. I'm regretting that immediately. No, it's fine because he's going to have like no clothes on anyway. All right. We're going to keep this little spooky marshmallow man over here as we transform him. It's going to be great. No eyes. I will import a skull that I've sculpted previously. Where are my items? There it is. So right now I'm just kind of thinking about all the core elements and the fact that his head is going to be peeled open of sorts. So I want to go ahead and inset that skull sooner than later and then construct those mandibles. Would you get out of the folder? I'm not using a folder. Oh, ZBrush folders. There we go. And then this skull is kind of battle worn. Ooh, those are clear carapace designs. Cool. Thank you, Reaper. Minivy says, we have not heard from Grandma lately. No, but she's doing just fine. She has a mug now. Says Gma Benzine. All right, we got skull. There we go. And then this, can someone give me mandibles? Ooh, yeah, like this, but not on a dog and scary. Oh, more like, yeah, like this. Okay, that worked out perfect. Where's my references? There we go. And then I'm just gonna take a curved tube brush, put a little taper on it, do some work for me, and then click and drag to create these mandibles. Nice and quick. Don't hide everything. It has been so nice having a pen that works. Y'all have no idea. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Yeah, the mandibles come off of the jaw. Just getting stuff loosely blocked in here. And I'm gonna go ahead and make a double set because I just know it's gonna be a more is more kind of design. Oh yeah. All right, merge down, merge down. This is going to be where the head is. And we are also going to have like this flower peeled apart look. I'm gonna go ahead and just remove the head entirely, and I can do that because we have no septive. There we go. I'm also gonna go take this chance to make, or this opportunity to make the neck tall and spooky. Lots of space. There we go. Kind of created a new neck and a little jumping point for that. There we go. And now let's create some of these flower petals. Aloha. Ooh, for texture references. Tell me why these are better than any of the references I grabbed. Okay. Yoink. That one in the middle especially. Silhouette and flow. Beautiful. And then, yeah, tendrils. Yoink. Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right. Flower petal time. It's flower power time. All right, to create the flower petals, we're just gonna squish a sphere and then shape it a little bit. Not gonna overcomplicate it. Gonna put a gnarly curve on this using my bend deformer on my 3D Gizmo. And then we're gonna just mirror and weld, duplicate, spin it. Oh, he looks too cute with the bottom one. We're gonna need to workshop this. How did I not make him look like a flower child? Like just an adorable little guy. Although it says, Mia, can I humbly ask for a small example tutorial on creating those platings around the ribs and shoulders? Yeah, honestly, same. We're gonna learn together. Joking, not joking. I don't think they turn out. It's kind of like how I did the samurai for Foxy's character, is how we're gonna approach that actually. All right, we're gonna take this skull and flatten it. We really just need to get some like interesting forms here. They're gonna get bug-like. His eyes are too big. He just looks like a little cute baby. Stop. All right. Trust the process. Yeah, no kidding. This is it's gonna be awesome. He's just a cute little guy right now. Ugh. You just can't. You cannot be anything you want to be. Especially if it's a cute little guy. That is not the request today. It's okay. I'm gonna create some cool shapes and it's gonna work. I've seen worse from me. And then David says, future thought, but you should do a tower pet of a flower version of this. A little flower with a skull bud. That would be cute. I also appreciate that no one is telling me what to do right now. Like, you guys are just vibing, and I love that. Like, I don't need help. I got it. Put in references, and let me cook. I love it. Also, this is just too early on to help me. I am before help, not beyond help. I am before help right now. Okay, job here done. I watch now. Perfect. Somehow the neck is still not nearly long enough. Wow, crazy. That's fine. Yoink. I will not be trifled with. Asymmetry will dial down the cuteness, but we're too early to break symmetry. Also, it's getting less cute already. I'm gonna look very like focused and unapproachable right now, but you can totally ask questions about the process, just in case You guys are like, oh, I want to ask her a question, but she looks like this. It's okay. It's just my face. Don't worry about it. Okay, these little teeth drive me nuts. Here it comes, guys, the lock-in brows. Love to see it. So neat to see it out in the wild. Am I a joke to you? It's okay. Same. Reaper says, Mia glares at it, so the model will do what she says. It's true. All right, we're actually gonna hide the head and we're going to create the body right now. Also, let's get my colors going, and there we go. Dimension. There we go. Anything but that pure black background. I don't like it. Something... It can still be just like really desaturated, I don't care, but that solid gray is not my favorite. There we go. And then we'll make this guy orange, maybe? We'll go with this color. All right, let's keep going. All right, I like the reference that David shared with like the hunchback thing, so I'm gonna start creating that shape. Just using the move brush here, and I'm gonna let the forms get pretty goofed up here. But making sure that nothing too critical is being broken. I say they absolutely like decimate the bones in his chest. All right, let's hunch him over. Damn, I didn't know he was a baker. Stop looking at that. They mentioned this is the big bad evil guy of their campaign, so I'm going to keep that in mind as I create big bad evil guy energy, which means big bad thighs. Joking, not joking. All right, let's scroll down here. Am I being tricked in doing digitigrade legs? Man. I don't usually do digitigrade legs unless I absolutely have to. I think this is one of those times. All right, I'm actually gonna split off the feet before they become a huge problem with all these little toesies. We're gonna close holes, Dynamesh, and then we'll use this newfound subtool and flexibility to create an intentional foot. Look at that cute little foot. More hams than a Thanksgiving dinner. Damn straight. What kind of curve happens here? I don't know. a nice little confident foot platform. Wow, that looks ridiculous from the front. Stupid 3D model being 3D. There we go, we're getting a shape. I have to add these little toenails sooner than later, so let's just do it now before I don't. Toenail. I think I'm pushing it with digitigrade legs because he mentioned it just looks like a dude within its not attack form, but I just can't help it. Yeah, bug humanoid hybrids. I'm probably pushing it by doing these legs, but I can chill them out later. We're going for cool first. All right, I'm gonna poke the lat muscles out a lot farther here, and then same with beefing up the arms. You'll notice I'm kind of creating a pose for this character now, instead of waiting. The hands are so teeny tiny right now. Childbearing hips. Oh my god, stop it. What's that meme? Quit having fun. All right, I kind of lost the collarbone in here somewhere. It's here-ish, somewhere right there. And then the neck needs to be more. Can I zero mesh this the same? Can you please not blow up my model? Oh my god. That was actually really nice. Yay. Oh, that just made my whole day better and it was already good. All right, I don't want to screw this up. He said, final boss, bug, humanoid hybrid. Okay. Maybe I'll make a brand new skull to put in that extra effort of making him look still, you know, the humanoid, the human and humanoid. These toes are not looking the way I want them to because they're not the right shape. That's a fun like exercise I do with myself all the time, literally, where I'm just like, huh, this looks wrong because I try to make like a fill in the blank kind of thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I want looking at something more like that. What if it was more angled? No. Moving on. Since he's got this plant head motif going on, I'm gonna kind of go along with that in creating these edges that are gonna either become like a thorny bramble of some sort or even a nice little petal. We'll see. I won't do that to his pecs because that's not the right shape. Cool. Time to put the head back on. Scoot. He is looking cooler. I just can't help but laugh because it's funny. Alrighty. And we're going. Adding some long, creepy, spindly fingers. And I'll refine those later. But as of now, I just have them thrown on there for silhouette purposes. The actual final is supposed to be barbed. Hey, Adamus is here. It's been a bit. An eternity later, I left to climb the mountain supports and had found golden fruit. Oh, good! Alright. We have made progress. On to the next thing, which is just more. But wait, there's more. Alright, I did the digitigrade legs and I actually regret it, which is a sad day. Why are we screenshotting this? It's fine. He's beautiful. He's finished. There we go. What has she done to you, brother? That's even worse now. A tragic tale. Yeah. Oh yes, if anyone just tuning in, we have transformed this human base mesh into this very not human base mesh. I know, right? Ain't no way that ZBrush worked, right? That was beautiful. Yeah, I think I pushed it too far with the digitigrade legs. Womp womp. I wasn't supposed to do that. I think the requester would be like, that's just a monster. Where's the humanoid? And I'd be like, ugh, I'm sorry. So to fix this problem I have caused, we're going to save the file first. Finally, this is not Big Boy. This is just normal project. This is bug hybrid humanoid. It's not that humanoids can't have digitigrade legs, but he's already going to be so monstrous that by removing his little straight legs, he is losing the last little bit of humanity that he had. I took it too far. Womp womp. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab the male body, put it in its own tool, copy tool, go back to our ZPR, and paste. Remove polypaint, drop it to its lowest subdiv. We are going to restructure his feet. And then I'm going to make this intentional, because y'all know me, if I have to redo something, I'm going to redo it in a new way. And I'll just create the leg as a separate piece here, which is going to be great because I'll have a really clear seam, which is going to kind of fit into this bug carapace seam goodness that we have to do anyway. There we go. Womp. There you go. There's the humanoid and not just a literal monster. I'm going to cry literal tears if the requester watches this later and it's like, I liked the legs. I'll be like, I was trying to follow what you described, I think. All right, he looks really short. Why do you look so short? I can make the head a little smaller and then stretch, stretch. That helps. And then we'll temporarily merge down these little thingies. Still find these proportions. It's better. Wider. Too wide. I've forgotten where his fake rib cage is going to be. There's going to be all kinds of nonsense carapace goodness here too. Normal boy? Yes. Or just needs to be more normal. I was going just full monster. And though it is a big bad evil guy, it is a sentient problem. Okay, we're going too far with the plant. Less plant, more bug. Okay. I think it's time to start adding carapace stuff. This is pretty much going to take everything that I have learned with monster design and creating constructs, and I'm putting them into the same piece, which I feel like I'm not ready for, but we're going to do it and it's going to be fine. All right. Ouch. I feel like it's super focus time. I can have absolutely no hair in my face. Can I just pull my hair up? 1 second. It's getting serious. Right? Oh, Ray's here. Hey, damn, womped herself twice in a short space of time. It happens. Don't worry about it. Good news is you'll know how to make a carapace now. Probably. If I get out of this. Okay. Okay. What happened to streams where I just make characters and not every stream is like this like fucking level up montage? It's okay. Alright. Taylor said, I know you said less plant, but hear me out. 10 seconds. Just consider this for the neck. What in the world? That is cool. Is that like a plant that grows like that? What? I do like the tube thing. I'll think about it. Matt says, I mean, you can pull your hair up. I'm pretty sure that's a well-documented medical condition. Yeah, was it Tictomania? Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm going to do a little poly paint. Just a little bit. And it's going to serve to send me good vibes and a confidence boost. The glowing purple eyes are the first thing I'm going to do because it feels easy. And I want an easy right now. But we're good. I've already made some good progress, and I know that. And we're so early to Tavern Keeper's Craft, too. 3 hours into the stream. We got lots of time to make this look like a thing. I feel like, wow, she's really giving herself a whole pep talk right now. I am. That's fine. How come when this guy does this color scheme, it looks amazing, and when I do it, it looks like a mammal? Probably because I have soft forms on the model. That'll do it. All right, something I'm gonna do to make it easier, again, is probably split off the arms as well. And anywhere there's like a carapace design, or do you just sculpt on top of it? Alo says, there's nothing a huge amount of work can't do. Against another coffee. That's true. Jared says, after reading John's description again, I interpret the lower jaw of a human skull as being actual mandibles. Yeah, like this. Am I a joke to you? I have a blob there. Look how obvious this is. So refined. I'm working on it. But yes, no, it's going to be literal. Probably not going to have a lower jaw here on our little dude at all. More like that. You know what, since I did that, yes, I'll just keep it hidden for now. Ignore all the teeth falling out of a skull. Don't worry about it. Okay. I love how in the beginning, like when I was new to streaming, it's very like, oh, hey, thanks for commenting, thanks for hanging out. And now I'm like, am I a joke to you? True form coming out. So yeah, I'm splitting his legs and his torso and anything that's going to have like a really substantial seam on it, because I think it's going to make it easier for me to create these forms and just deal with it. Same goes with the arms, because these are going to push my understanding of arms, and that's okay. Let's just go ahead and yoink. Seamage. Nope. Split. Okay. Okay. I feel like the bugginess will be reflected by the weird spindliness. Why is the move brush not working? Oh no, it's working. I just forgot how to use it. Just kidding, just kidding. All right, let's make the hands separate too. There we go. And then I'm going to create this kind of like a little ball spot where it'll be able to fit right into. That looks buggy. What do I do with the hand? And then same with, there still needs to be more volume at the top though. You know, this is working. This is working. We're going to keep doing it. Split, split, split. We're really just chopping them up, literally. Why is this volume so weird right now? What is supposed to happen? I think this is supposed to be higher and right here. And then, yeah, there we go. I was like, something is missing. All right, stop looking like boobs, please. No, no, no. There we go. Flat. It's happening. Reaper says, Mia, what happens if there's a model you absolutely can't make for whatever reason? What do you do? If it's a request, I just do my best. You know, I do my best and I'm like, hey, this was my best. Maybe ask me again in 6 months. If it's a commission, refund. Ray says, wow, I just read the model description. They really gave her goddamn little task. Goddamn little task to attempt today, right? And then they paid for it ahead of time. So this has a priority ticket paid for it. So I can't even like avoid it. Taka says, yo, I just got an email. Someone gifted memberships. Yes, Alexander did. Yeah, Alo is so right. Once the plates go on, it's going to really start coming together. I'm already starting to see it. Can you guys see it? Can somebody see it? But I mention this to my students all the time. I'm harping on this where I'm like, you don't skip steps. Primary forms first. And that's what we're doing right now. And arguably, I mean, it does look pretty cool already. I don't know if I like height or not. Wow. Why is your silhouette so boring despite me pushing it? When in doubt, the head, just go away. The head is making this so much more difficult than it needs to be. I don't know if I want to be a mountain man or just like normal bug humanoid. I think I need to go more normal bug. I mean, human. Shut up. And then Matt says, your best is always your best, even if it's not as good as it was yesterday. You were a very warm presence. I like everything you've had to say. Very nice. That's true. David says, back. This is one of the stranger things I've seen today. Boo, pun. Taka says, well, thanks to didn't understand name. Alexander Engelhardt. Hard surface in ZBrush has never seemed very appealing. Oh yeah, no, it's really fun still. And would exoskeleton count as hard surface? Sure. His hands are whack, and I really don't think I want to give him 5 fingers. Mostly because I don't want to pose 5 fingers. That is bug. I don't do a lot of bugs. This is not the shape. It's 2 peck. There you go. Literally, it's a game of like, not this, but why? Remember that. Now apply that somewhere else. He needs another section because he's a bug. Not one torso piece, many torso piece. I know I'm like speaking caveman art right now, but if you listen, there's some really good bits of wisdom here. See? It's looking better. Normal bug man. Yeah. Make Ricky pose the 5 fingers. Problem solved. I like how you're thinking. Caveman mode unlocked. You know it's serious now. Have I ever played Dead Space? No, I haven't. If not, the necromorph might be good for the hands. Get a picture. Put it in the chat. I want to see it. Why say many word when few word do trick? We say that here all the time. I love The Office. Who doesn't love Kevin? I've been doing constructs totally wrong. Like, I've been getting them done, but I really should have done this, like, making pieces together instead of meshing it to death and trying to be, like, so strict on the modeling. This is totally working. And it's actually, like, kind of painless. Hello, are you seeing this shit? This is working. Because there was a way to do this that would have taken weeks, and I know you know what I'm talking about. Okay, the feet are horrendous, and I know I'm not going to keep them like this. They're going to be like ant feet, and I don't know what ant feet look like. Yeah, these types of models look as though they need even more subtools to break up the sections for extra layering. Exactly, it's just odd. Oh, ew. Very cool. Yeah, the feet, or that's kind of what I'm going for, the feet too. And the head, once I'm done with the mandible thing. Good suggestion. Or reference, my bad. But yeah, it feels weird, Aloha, because like the secondary forms are the primary form. You know what I mean? Like it's odd. Which I guess makes sense because the exoskeleton is like a skin tight suit. Literally, it's an exoskeleton. So that does make sense. Okay. Okay. Locking that into my brain. Next time someone's like, oh, how do you do constructs and bug people? And I'd be like, have you tried using an unholy amount of subtools? No? Try that and get back to me. Because this is the same way you do a construct, honestly. The internal artist in my head has stopped screaming. It has calmed down a little bit. You know, it's funny. I mean, this is the same way I design creatures. I'm like, every time you hit a joint, make a subtool. And I've said that 100 times on stream. However, with these little bug people, there's a lot of heckin' joints. But the same rules apply. I don't even know if Ricky's gonna be able to rig this. It's a bajillion different pieces. He's gonna be like, are you serious? And I'll be like, I don't know, are you serious? Ricky is my husband and he poses this stuff. I used to do all the posing. But then I saw Character Creator 4 and I'm like, you're going to learn this and then we're going to make way more models. And that's what happened. Oh, we had our first duplicate and move moment and it was beautiful. Cool. Aloha says, Mia, ooh, what if you take the neck piece and make it 5% smaller as a new subtool so it looks like the flesh is coming out of the hard shell torso? Yes. Oh my God. Yes. No, nope. Immediately merges it down. I'm like, wait, falls apart. There we go, fixed. David says, lol, I wish I had a Ricky. That phrase gets said around here a lot. And it's funny because whenever it's said, the last person that said it isn't around anymore. Like, they're not dead. I don't know why I said it like that. Like, they're not here at the same time. My point is, it's funny how often people say that. Rip. It's all coming together, right? Ray says, hey, the bug man's starting to look part bug now. Thank you. I'm trying. The way I was like, this is going to require me to understand constructs and monster design, and I'm going to be confident in both because I'm going to have to be, and it's working out. I like long femurs. Why did I say it spaced out like that? What I'm trying to say is it makes models look tall. There is something that is cruel and unusual about live streaming because you talk through your whole process and some things just become inherently funny without meaning to be. And then it's just on the internet. I mean, I know what I signed up for. These hands are so busted. They're so not bug-like at all. Let's just get rid of the fingernail things I did because it's not happening. And then this can still taper. Oh, we'll do the same like little circle joint insertion thing like we did before. You know, if I take my time and, okay, I'm going to take my time and do a really good job, and we're going to create this as a base mesh I can iterate from moving forward. Even though it's like, well, how often do you get bugmen? I'm like, I don't know, but my Patreon's been growing a lot and I would not be surprised. Because this is like that sci-fi, high fantasy blend that's really hard to find out there, and that's what people ask me to make it. Reaper said, I have to be my own Ricky and I don't like it. Hello, says Mia. Honestly, nice mentality shift for these bug and construct models. Allowing yourself to divide sections up even more than normal to really hone on the plating and divided sections. Thank you. Because normally I just want to, like, you know, sculpt on top of it, but that's just not what's going to happen here. And God forbid I extract all these pieces. I'd go insane. Please don't kidnap Ricky. Ricky, maybe I want to be kidnapped. No. Hands will have to be segmented piece on each joint to match. I know, and I don't want to do it. So they're just going to stay there for right now. Blink twice for health, Ricky. Dabs twice. What does it mean? Oh my god. I can't believe we're almost at 4 hours. This used to absolutely like annihilate me to live stream for this long. It's happening. Get things stronger. I mean, literally. But yeah. And anybody's like, yeah, how many times you said that you don't know when you need to use something again? Only to say the next day, man, I did something like this yesterday. Exactly. Ricky just flat out, Mia is mean to me. Honey. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe I want to be kidnapped. In a sexy way? No, I'm just joking. Alrighty. This is coming out really cool. He actually requested 2 models, and I think we should design them side by side. Let me go ahead and put the second model. All right, second model reveal happening right now because they're in the same universe. I don't think this one's necessarily a bug man, but it will have an exosuit as well. Rip. But we can kind of talk about these and think about them as we design them somewhat together. The next one is... Whoop. Make yourself big. That's not helpful. Really? Okay, here we go. I clicked on the wrong one. It's on my other monitor. Last time I requested the big bad evil guy, which is what we're working on right now. Now I'm going to request the Emperor of the Galaxy, Gorkev McAnum. Nerds, I love it. A mysterious figure who existed for hundreds of years, yet no one has seen his face. He wears a helmet that has 3 faces with each... Isn't this something an Elden Ring-esque with the 3 heads? Anyway, with horns above them, each equidistant and jewels on top. When defending himself or fighting, the mouths open and emit a sonic attack around them. He wears a regal coat of white and gold underneath, and a white fur cloak obscuring the rest of him. He floats above the ground. So we'll have the cloak touch the ground and his feet won't, and they look floating. Underneath the cloak is an exosuit that encases him with an exoskeleton and creates a force field to protect him in battle. His body, normally obscured, is muscular and looks perfect in terms of musculature, like he was cut from marble. So he's a hottie under there, but we don't need to show that. Well, no, exoskeleton. Because essentially he was bred to be perfect. So kind of like Spartans from Halo. By the way, I do have some mock-ups, drawings anyway, of the characters I requested. If that would help at any point, they wouldn't need 101, but that would be, oh my god. He has sketches. Oh no. I swear I read this and then Alright, 1 second. I need to message him like right now on Patreon. Being like, hey, I'm working on these, and yes, I would always send me pictures, please. Cries. Me messaging John immediately like, pictures? Yeah, where is Seder when you're coming out with these questionable quotes? I don't know. I'm unchecked today. Hi, John. I am live streaming right now and working on your epic Bitbag evil guy bug hybrid humanoid. Already looking pretty cool. You mentioned in your second request that you have some sketches. I'd love to see them as I continue to work on this over the next few days. Email those to m3dmprints@gmail.com or DM me on Discord. And then the live stream link, just in case they were interested. And just in case future John is watching this, hey John! Bam. Amazing. Wait, why is Ricky... Ricky is 1,000 points. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is looking really cool though. Yeah, I cannot catch a break. Poor Mia indeed. Womp womp. I bid a whole strand of spaghetti for Ricky. Redeem, Ricky Hoover. Right, that message was so formal. Damn. Oh, it kind of was, huh? I don't mean to be like so stiff. I have written so many emails, so many professional emails. You guys, like, it's like, oh, how old are you? I'm like, I'm only 29. Did I turn 30 this year or is that next year? No, I'm 28. Son of a bit. I am late 20s. And I've written a lot of professional emails because I was always like the liaison for any job that I had. And any group, anytime you messaged a professor, it was always me. If we get everyone to pool 1,000 point, Mia will sculpt a chibi Ricky. What are you doing? I think Ricky's just trying to wipe the point system. And I don't think you guys have enough or even close. Womp womp. David says, Mia, while waiting, mind talking about how you adding accessories like belts, quivers, and other things that you want to be printable, but typically wouldn't. What is not printable about a belt or a quiver? Neither of those are very thin. Quivers are big tubes. Speaking of, I have a quiver for her. Womp, womp. Right here. That's a quiver. And we have a tiny, it's got little arrows in it. It's just a cylinder. And then we have a super tiny version of that quiver right here. Sorry, I know it's kind of hard to see. There you go. There's nothing. Belts just touch the character. I have belts in all my characters. So what specifically? Just clear edges. I think just clear edges. Jared says, enjoy your last couple years of 20s. Yeah, especially as I don't remember them. I turned 33 this year. That's 1 foot in the grave, Jared. Sorry. Matt's like, I'm 40 in 3 weeks. I'm like, I'm joking. Famous last words, Mia. We got chibi last time. It's true. Ray says, Mia, the way you genuinely forgot your age. No, I didn't. I'm just being quirky and different on stream. I am 28. I am 28. Okay. Who's going to hold the points? You can send them to Ricky. Level 40. I like that. Good game. All right. This is coming out really cool. This is going to be so awesome. You know what's funny? I sculpted this stupid thing from scratch. I totally sculpted this from scratch. I grabbed a human body and then just obliterated it. I should have just done the whole thing from scratch and then been like, got the credit for it. Oh, that's right. Taylor's a mod. So they just spawned 1,000 points. No. Buy him. Oh, it's hysterical. Ricky, you walked right into that. Ricky, bad Taylor. Oh my gosh. One day, you guys are going to be like, oh, where's the live stream? And I'll be like, you talked about buying people in my chat for 30 minutes, so there's no live stream anymore. YouTube was just like, nope. It's a joke. It's just a joke. Ricky is not for sale. The more I talk about it, this is not helping. Oh, there we go. Ricky is also a mod. Mod wars have begun. Love to see it. Amazing. All right. I'm still working. You guys can revolt away. Yeah, Ricky also forgets they're a mod, so that would work until it wouldn't work. God, these requests are so cool. Okay. Like, I think he looks fine, and then I put the head on him, and I think he doesn't look as cool. I think I need to throw this in the Transpose Master and get some proportion goodness going on. Also, feet. He needs better feet. Aloha, get out of here. Also totally true. But not true. No, I was thinking the other day. So right now I am reading, I'm going to tell you guys what book I'm reading because it's really boring. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually quite good. It is Murder at Spindle Manor by Morgan Stang. It's quite good. There is a lack of certain elements, but it's pretty good. It's like a story or something. All right, we're making little bug feet, and this time I'm gonna do a better job because I already did it once and I didn't like it. And feet. Let's give him a dew claw thing. Why not? There you go. Feet. Mia reads little books. No, I don't. No, and I don't pirate them. I have Kindle Unlimited. There's so many lies in the chat. This is my live stream. I can just mute the chat. Mia's getting so outed right now. No, it's not true. I mean, some of this is true. There's a kernel of truth in this, but like, This is even funnier to me because like Jared is my former like employer. So I don't know. There's something about it very funny about having like a former boss in the chat about topics. Anyway. All right, so I always put these little kneecap things on top, and I think I'm not doing that right. I think it looked better if it was inset instead, and I can bring down. Look at me, I'm gonna art so hard at you guys while you guys say lies. Anyway, and I can bring this shin down to show this piece here, but not too elegant. Still gotta be edgy. Ray says, Mia, you can mute the chat and close Discord. We will forever know. What are you going to do with this information? It's not like I'm overreacting. Taylor. Taylor says, a story or something. The pitch the author made to her publisher. I was never your boss, Mia. I mean, it's true. We all worked together. That's true. It was you, me, and Andrew. But like, at the end of the day, who has the say? You know? Or I never thought it that. No, you're true. I brought ideas all the time. And you guys were very, very clear that it'd be like a collab. This is true. You guys were great, to be clear. Emote only mode. They'll still make up lies about you, just in hieroglyphics. Somehow, that is an even sicker roast if you guys could manage to do that. So I'm not going to make that happen. Nope, I am not 5. No, I'm not 5. I'm almost 5'6". Okay. In my head, it's like, they're only doing this, Mia, because you're giving them a reaction. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Not react? All right, we're going to go to Transpose Master, or we're going to give this guy some mad proportions. Ricky is 6 foot. Apparently, actually 5'11", which I was shocked about. He was like, everyone that's 5'11", it's a dude, says they're 6 foot. And I'm like, really? Or did we not share that information with the chat? Was that private information? Maybe the chat knows enough. See, it doesn't feel good, does it, Ricky? She's 5'6", but she measured off camera. Red flag book. Ah, you did roast me in hieroglyphics. Ricky's 7'2". Amazing. Rudy says Mia is straight being dissed in her own stream. I know, right? Like, honestly, it's fine. It's fine. This channel has been growing so much. If this is what it costs to buy a house, I'm fine with it. I'm having a fun time doing it. What's your social? All ones. Meanwhile, yeah, look how much cooler that looks. Well, bam. I know I look mad right now, but no, it's straight up because we're just doing art thinking. You know, that is one thing that's nice though about I kind of like wear my emotions on my sleeve. I'm not very hard to read, if you can't tell. But on the plus side, you don't have to worry about hurting my feelings. Because if you did, you would know. Because I would tell you. And you would see it on my face. Oh my god, that's right. Did you edit us? Okay, yeah. Here we go. Ricky and I stood side by side on screen. I remember that. Ricky is 6 foot. And I am like, wait a minute. Did you Photoshop this? I swear to God. I walk right into that. Reaper says, Mia, don't lie. You love us being gremlins. Do not put your social security number in the chat. The fact that she can't tell says it all. Yeah, immediately I'm suspicious because you have photoshopped it before. I want to like tell Ricky to beat up the peasants for me. But he's already here. And he's part of the problem. This is like, who do you call when the cops are corrupt? I'm like, I don't know. You call the Ghostbusters. Good answer. Right, you call the army. Yeah, get out of here with real answers. Ricky is part of the corruption. It's true. Yeah, here's the one where I lost my mind over. This is for sure Photoshop. And I went crazy and I went and there's the light switch, is that black box. And I was like, I am not as tall as my light switch. And I am not. This picture is fake. It's fake. That was a cute outfit, though. I'm not going to stand by the door again because I've learned. This is true. If you know when and where someone was born, it is pretty easy. This design is not easy peasy lemon squeezy. This is very difficult lemon, difficult. Just look cool with no effort. If I thought the request was kind of lame, I would never half-ass anything. But I would just do a good enough job. But I can just... if I get this right, I know it's going to be so freaking cool. It's worth it. It's so worth it. Looking a little poor? What do you mean? Ricky. How much did you just add to yourself? Is that 1 million? I can't tell because there's no commas and it's all squinted together. Whatever. Oh, good. Reaper has fixed it immediately. Beautiful. Me thinks I have too many mods. You were supposed to get along. There is a Star Wars quote in here. God, what does he say? You were supposed to be the chosen one. But there's many of you. Chosen ones. Doesn't have the same ring to it. Okay, he's looking less like a flower child and more like a monster, which is great. He is looking a little round. All right. All right. That's improved. It's not a mod war, it's a class war. I thought mods were supposed to set examples. No one said it had to be a good example. Oh my goodness. There we go. I knew. You guys are all dorks. So I was like, where's my perfect Star Wars quote? Yep, you were the chosen one. Except that you destroy the Sith, not join them. Yeah, exactly. Said just like that. And then Ricky also quotes it exactly. Oh my god, nerds. Very good, very good. Ricky, it's actually about time that we rewatch all of Star Wars. It's about that time of year. You know, it's funny because when people ask, like, oh, do you like sci-fi? I'm always like, no. And then, like, I love Star Wars. I'm like, oh, well, that's different. I never watched Star Trek. Or, like, just Star Wars. Really like Mass Effect, too. I just like high fantasy so much more. I think, like, I'm obsessed with high fantasy. But I don't think of it that way. All right, what is this little glitchy nonsense right here? Stop. There we go. Yes, Mio, top tier voice acting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ooh, that's spooky. Coming together. It is, in fact, looking better. Thank God. I mean, I never doubted myself. How many mandibles is too many mandibles? I know you're really supposed to have, like, what, one? Maybe two. But what if he had, like, many? I'm just going to throw that on there and see how much I like it in 30 minutes. Because it kind of looks like it's part of the plants now. Alright, he's also supposed to have like a tendril goodness. So I'm going to duplicate this shape here. We're going to flatten it, scoot it on back, and this is going to be the back carapace. There's going to be a bunch of these, but this is just the first one. Why aren't you poly painting? There you go. There we go, back carapace. Say that 5 times fast. And now tendrils. And he mentioned they can be used as like thorn whips, but also allow for spider-like movement. So I think they should curl around him, kind of like a, what is it? Doc Ock. With 1, 2, he said spiders. Spiders have 6 legs? 8? 6? I can never remember. You guys have information you have to look up constantly. Like, I can never remember how many ounces are in a pound. Like, ever. I'm like, it's 8 or 16. I'm like, okay, brain, which one? I look this up at least once a week. It's ridiculous. My brain's like, no, not important information. Look it up. I'm like, seriously? What if you just remembered? Yeah, he's looking pretty cool. What's happening? Jared says, if you're an elite, 4 mandibles are preferred. If you're an ant, 2. This is fair. If you're some nightmare fuel monster, there is no limit. I love the idea of just having like a giant mouth rippling mandibles all the way down his torso. They're pretty cool. All right, let's get a base on here somewhere. I think the snow and ravens would actually fit the best, minus the ravens. Yeah, looks kind of like sandy. Cool. Ooh, that's some fun lighting. Leg idea. That is cool. Spindly legs. I like how clear that joint is being shown too. Let's just take that pinch brush and see how skinny can we get. Ooh, really skinny. That does look better. I do need to break up this thigh somewhere. Oops, all mandibles. Moment of silence where there was a brief moment. I wasn't the funniest person in the live stream, but I was decently funny. I am making none of the jokes at this point. You guys are making all of the jokes, which is about how most I'm not the funny one in my groups. And to be fair, I can't be when I live around Ricky. Do you understand the level of competition? It's not. Is it raining? Okay, no, cool. Sorry, I'm just like, I have stuff outside. What about them thin? Oh my, what I passed them thin. What about some thin wings coming down, almost like a cape backdrop to add to the villain vibes? I think that would be really cool. I hope he'd like that. Well, it's not finished, so if he sees it and he's like, I don't like it, I'd be like, well, it's just a request, and it looks cool. Nah, I'd never say that. So I'm creating a really quick little wing shape here, like wicked fast, and you did a really good sketch. Oh, Bunny is here. So very excited. Bunny always has a ton of smart things to say. And we're about to get some wisdom, I predict. All right, we have little top one. Does anybody else read Jungle Juice on Webtoons? Because that's what this guy's reminding me of at this point. Oh yeah, fun fact, I read an outrageous amount of webcomics. Not as much as I used to because they're really trying to get you to pay for it, and I'm like, no. Incoming lore, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Bunny about to cook, yep. Oh, spiders do have 8. Really? Insects have 6. Are spiders not insects? Is there like some dumb subclass way birds are their own kind of thing? Avians. Here we go. Bunny says, well, if he's a beetle, he should only have 2 membranous wings. All insects have 4 wings. In the case of beetles, Chloea petra, the first pair is hardened into elytra, or wing casings that protect the actual flight wings. I know this is fantasy. He's not actually a beetle, but just want an info dump on insects. You guys have been learned today. I love it. I love it. those are arachnids. Arachnids tend to have 8. That makes sense. The wings as a cape motif for insects has been used to great effect. For example, Hopper from A Bug's Life, which I think we had reference from Jared at the beginning. Someone in here. No. Yeah, I just bug, man. So you can pick whatever looks best. But I still love information. I really do. And you definitely did not mention wings. I don't think the requester is going to want wings. But they're so cool. And the way they kind of like... They're so cool. What if I made it look like a cape? Because he's a big, bad, evil guy. Like... Good lore, though. Absolutely. Especially because it's real. All right. How am I supposed to split this up? Maybe this is where I start, instead of using subtools, I can use my damn standard brush to create some subgroups. Here we go. Yes. Something like this. Funny says, if he's a bug, then that's different. True bugs, or hemipetrons, are distinguished by needle-like sucking mouthparts and the fact that their front wings are half-hardened membrane. They don't have electra like beetles do, but their forewings do provide some protection. Paint says, sorry, I wasn't there today. It's been weird. Lots of love. It's been weird. Lots of love. I think they might mean with them, and if so with them, sorry. But if here, this is hysterical. But if you are being weird or having a weird time, I am sorry. So right now I'm using damn standard by holding Alt down to get these kind of like sharper edges here. I'm really enjoying this like sculpting, modeling workflow almost. Yes, lots of carapaces and mandibles, please. So now I'm trying to figure out just how long these arms are going to be. And creating just a stronger, more intense silhouette here, which I'm kind of relying on a small mini pose, essentially. But I tend to do that with my monsters. Also, it's time to figure out these dumb hands are going to be so much work, and they're going to be so cool when they're done. And the only solace I have here is the fact that I'm probably going to save a lot of these pieces. I'll have like a ZPR, Bugman ZPR, just ready to go. You know, I don't want to do these hands right now, so I'm not going to. I might actually make that as my warm-up tomorrow, so I can really take my time, because straight up, the hands will have the same complexity as almost like the whole freaking model. But it's going to be awesome. So I'm like, if I'm not going to full ass it, I'm not going to do it right now. Mini pose. I'm not posing for anything. Mini pose, when I said that, I was curious if you'd comment, like I was talking about you, but I was like, no, probably not. That's a stretch. Nope, here you are. Well, all I gotta say is that if his players are gonna face this big bad evil guy, they're doomed. I think they're doomed. Full cooked. I think I made a cool thing here. All at once. Oh wow, that's a cute render. You know, I was already thinking, I think I'm done for the day. And with this absolute monstrosity of a what the... I just wanted you to look cool. Anyway, we're gonna be done today. It's last call. What is happening here? ZBrush. Whatever. Anyway, we went from this guy to this in I don't know how much time. In time of stream. In stream time. Oh yeah. Cool. Alright, another process. It happened. Cut. And save. Bug hybrid humanoid. Let's go. Mayblade says, Mia, save the original. Not that one. What? Three art. Alrighty. This was a great stream. Now I am tired. And we are done. And it's time to... Anyone else has long hair, it pulls their hair up. Like, does it make your head like itchy? Okay. The blurry one, the blurry weird one that popped up. I don't want to save that. Okay. Well, thank you guys for being here. This is great. And we'll have a final week or final day of streaming in the week tomorrow. That'll be around noon Eastern time. So we'll see. Hey, Mean Cat's here. We win again. Okay. I spent all of brain on this. We were full caveman talking through this. Oh yes, this will be very helpful. We'll resume tomorrow. I'm probably gonna sculpt these bug hands during the warm-up. I love this. 5-part fingers. Uh-oh, lots of work. Exactly why I was like, you know what? We're done. Ricky says $5 donation to stream for another hour. Try 10. 10. I'll do minimum wage, $10 an hour. Well, that's actually not minimum wage in all states. That's, I don't know, the hair is down. Anyway. David says, I'll be at work tomorrow, so have a great weekend. Sounds good. Olive brain. Agreed. This was fantastic, though. Thank you guys. Got a ton done. Speaking of, I have not updated my spreadsheet for that. Yeah, we did a Tavern Pet today, which is always fun. I'm calling this a bio-horror bug, mostly because it terrorized me. Blockout, I'm going to say, is in progress. Detail is technically beginning, because this is going to be odd. So we kind of started 2 of them today. Very good. Oddly, if Ricky donated, she'd be doing it for free. Minus fees, but yes. Small price. Rudy says, killer mini today. Mia, nice job. Thank you. This was difficult. Yeah, we'd actually lose 30%. But I didn't want to be a buzzkill. And I did save for once. Yee-hoo. Yeah, hearts for Mia. Aw, thank you guys. After terrorizing me while this model is terrorizing me. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. And if not, you guys have a fantastic weekend, okay? And then hopefully I'll see you next week. But for everyone else, I'll see you tomorrow around noon Eastern time. Okay, take care. Oh, and enjoy this beautiful graphic from Aloha that's already out of date because, yeah, I forgot to update it during break. Alexander donated 20 memberships, so this is already wrong. Anyway, thanks, Aloha. It'll be correct tomorrow. Bye.